Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can you listen to me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I think it's okay today. You have to go with the director what time?
So it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah. 11 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You are audible, sir.
Good morning.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Chirantan.
Very good morning. Repeat হচ্ছে কেন? Very good morning. এটা কিছুটা রিপিট হচ্ছে, তুই বন্ধ করে আরেকবার বল।
Good morning.
That streaming was coming.
Very good morning. I think I'm audible. I'm audible to everybody. I think.
Yeah.
Sir. Shall I start, sir? Mehta sir.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. A very good morning on behalf of Uttar Bongo Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. I welcome you all for the national workshop on functional food, bioactive compounds and phytochemicals for better nutrition, organized by Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology and Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Bongo Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Honorable Dr. S.L. Mehta sir, President of Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology, respected Madam Dr. Shelly Praveen, Secretary, Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology, Honorable EC members of the Society, Honorable speakers for the plenary session, respected Professor Anil Kumar Tripathi sir, all the respected teachers, scientists of Department Division of Biochemistry, IARI, NIPB, New Delhi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, UBKB, Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay sir, all the respected directors, deans, head of divisions, teachers and scientists of UBKB, all the participants who have joined the workshop across the country, faculties, students, research scholars, we welcome you all for the virtual workshop commencing from today. Without any further delay, we are starting today's inaugural session with official invocation song of Uttar Bongo Krishi Vishwavidyalaya.
पहले देख रही थी अपनी है ना, देखी जो फुल दिखना देख रही है मेरी। भी बंद मैंने दिखाने के लिए नहीं है।
You. Now, to move ahead, I would like to request Madam Dr. Shelly Praveen, Secretary SPPB and HOD Division of Biochemistry IARI, to deliver the opening remarks. Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Nandita. Respected Dr. S.L. Mehta, President of the Society and our Guru, and a main force behind the various activity of our society. Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor of the University and my dear friend. The Speaker of Plenary Session, Dr. Tripathi, my fellow colleagues from the Executive Council of the Society, faculty of UBKV, IRI Biochemistry Division, and faculty of NIPB, and my dear students. It's really a happy occasion for all of us when we are meeting today to inaugurate the e-workshop, which totally deals with bioactive compounds or nutritive compounds, nutraceutical value compounds, and how to evaluate, assess them by using different techniques. So I want to place my appreciations for the university and the two young organizers, Dr. Somnath Mandal and Dr. Nandita, to take this, for taking this initiative to take forward this the knowledge of various biochemical techniques to the students. As you all know that we are now entering into a phase where we have to fulfill the sustainable development goals fixed by United Nations. And out of 17 goals, 11 is directly or indirectly linked with health and wellness. And when we talk about health and wellness, the nutritional scale of our population is common into our mind. And every time we are talking about that there is a malnutrition, there is energy deficiency, and triple burden of malnutrition, all those things will come when we are able to evaluate our crops. So if you see the literature, you can find out that many crops which are of global nature, they are of very well characterized at the nutritional level. Whereas various indigenous crop to southeastern region, or especially in Indian condition, we have not worked out well. And that is why the nutritive potential of those crops are not well taken off, both at the Indian level as well as at the global arena. So now it is a very important time that we first characterize our crops nutritionally. And secondly, we, like our Prime Minister says, that we have to be vocal for local. That can only be possible if we have scientific facts and figures available for those crops. And for doing that, we should have a trained human resource in that area. So last 2 or 3 decades, we have major emphasis on biotechnology or molecular biology techniques, and we have reaped the full benefit of those techniques also. But meanwhile, the techniques which deals with true biochemistry, I can say, the estimations protocol, assessment, and how to improve the processing methods so that the nutritive value can be enhanced, all these things we are little lagging behind. So this is really a right opportunity for young students to learn basic techniques of biochemistry and try to use those techniques in different programs, or they can be entrepreneurs in evaluating different nutritive value of various food commodities. When we talk about in terms of food safety or nutrition, you all know that FSSAI is playing an important role in the country. But if you see the number of labs available in the country to evaluate or assess the nutrient component, they are very handful. So now it is a time that we should geared up and we should be available with plenty of human resource which can start their own enterprise for evaluation of certain nutrients, or use different techniques, or use different innovative methods to assess these nutritional compositions. And now it is a time when we are talking not only in terms of single food, it is nutri-mixes, when we are mixing different components to make to enhance and make in terms of a balanced food. So all the time when we are not able to get the balanced diet, we are dependent on supplements. So those supplements can also be prepared using our indigenous crops. So India has a rich biodiversity of different crops. And if you see the literature, only handful crops we are eating and consuming because they are getting popularized by the Western world and they are very well worked out. And we are taking them as a staple crop. We have various indigenous crops, like we have millets, various vegetables, various types of oils, like, you know, the coconut oil or the til ka tel and mustard oil. So wherever we are having a benefit of all those things, there are certain restrictions. Recently, I was reading that the US has banned our mustard oil because of the erucic acid content. So we should be very much geared up with various technologies to assess different components that if they permit it in a permitted level of erucic acid, we should be ready to estimate how much is the erucic acid in different mustard oils present in India. So all these things can be possible if we can train our human resource right from their college days. And this is one of the initiative UBKB has started with. And this is really a dream of our president also. So when I was talking about this workshop with the Dr. Mehta, his immediate response was that time, can we have these kind of workshops in different part of the country so that we can sensitize our students in different regions and they can think of this as a career option. So once again, I am thankful to our president and to the vice chancellor of the university. Jointly, we are coming up with this workshop. And once I got the number of students who registered for this workshop is really, really very encouraging. So almost I came to know that 350 students registered throughout. And at the moment, I can see more than 100 participants are already there in this morning. So it is really a welcoming step towards popularizing our techniques and in turn the nutritional aspects by encouraging our youth to come forward and start enterprise in this area. Thanks once again for giving our society a chance so that we can come forward to more structured programs in this direction. And we will also wish to have feedback from the students also, so that they will be how much they are benefited. So I request both the organizers that at the end of the workshop, we can have some session where we can have a sincere feedback and what more we can do it in this direction. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Your very invaluable words and encouragement to the workshop. We are only able to come with this idea because of your support and your guidance. Ma'am, we will be having a feedback session at the end of the 3 days program where we can have students feedback about the program, as well as we have a review form which will be distributed to every participant asking for their review about the workshop. So now moving ahead, now I would like to call upon Professor Ashok Chaudhary, Director of Research, UVKB, for his welcome address.
Very good morning, everyone. I think this is the first national e-workshop during COVID era, organized jointly by our university and Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology. In this inaugural session, I extend my very warm welcome to Honorable President of the Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology, Dr. S.L. Mehta, sir. In fact, sir, I am very excited to see you after 30 years. Still, I can remember your classes on chromatography. So I convey my pranam to you and highest regard to you, sir. I also extend my respectful welcome to Dr. Shelly Praveen, Madam, Secretary of SPBB, and other Executive Council member of this prestigious society. In fact, it is Dr. Shelly Praveen, Madam, who has inspired and designed this the whole program. So, on behalf of the university, we are thankful to you, Madam. I like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Anil Kumar Tripathi, sir, Director, Institute of Science, Branch Hindu University, and today's speaker for the plenary session. I also extend my cordial and friendly welcome to Dr. Pranab Kumar Mondal, Principal Scientist of National Institute of Plant Biotechnology. And I welcome our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay, sir, and all the deans of the faculties all directors, teachers, scientists, officers of the university. And most importantly, I welcome all the students, research scholars, and young faculties across the countries who have shown interest and registered themselves for this workshop. And this is the e-workshop. So I think we should give some glimpses of our university. This university was a campus of the Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, and this university has been established and bifurcated and established a new university in 1st February 2001 for this 8 district of northern part of West Bengal. Within these 8 districts, we have 3 distinct agroclimatic zone, that is hill zone, terai zone, and old alluvial zone. And we have 3 regional research stations and 3 substations for all these 3 distinct agroclimatic zones. We have achieved 6 full-fledged AICRP AINP and 5 voluntary centers of AICRP AINP. We have 87 externally funded projects funded by national and international organizations and private organizations. Within this last 3 years, we released turmeric varieties like Uttar Rupanjana, Uttar Rangini, ginger variety like Mahini, and rice varieties Uttar Lakshmi, Uttar Sona for national and state variety release committee. Uttar Somir and Uttar Sugandhi still have been submitted for their release. And all these varieties are very popular among the farmers of this region. We have achieved 1 patent for puffed rice with vitamin B in this puffed rice. Then our research team not only have developed technology for turmeric, conservation agriculture, mushroom, tissue culture, vegetables, and pineapples, they have developed the business protocol for all this technology for farmers producer groups, for startup groups, and for young entrepreneurs. Now, we have also signed more with Western Sydney University and many ICR institutes like NIPB, CISAs, NRC Orchid, NARM, and Petroleum Conservation Research Association within very short period of time. We also developed research collaboration with the research setup of the Department of Agriculture, many ICI institutes, and international organizations like CIMIT, ACIIR, ICARDA, IPNI, and we have achieved through this collaboration work. Now, university awarded ICR funded projects under niche area of excellence, then sustainable and resilient farming system intensification in the Eastern Gangetic Plain, NAIF innovation grant, innovation grants. Not only that, we have developed a very national and internationally recognized facilities like tissue culture laboratory, greenhouse and containment facilities, GPS remote sensing laboratory. We have 300 acres of farm area. We have modern guest house, hostels with Wi-Fi connections and other facilities, auditorium, conference rooms, and smart classrooms. Then we have developed central instrumentation facilities and quality control laboratory. We have received grant from RKVI and state government and ICR to develop all these facilities. Almost we have spent 30 crore rupees to develop all these research facilities. So with this, I convey my thanks to young organizers, organizing secretary, Dr. Nondita Sahana and Dr. Somnath Mondol, and wish the success of this e-workshop. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Now, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay, for his introductory remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Nondita, and a very good morning to all of you. Most heartily, I like to welcome on behalf of the Uttar Bongo Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, as also on my personal behalf, the respected Dr. S.L. Mehta sir, our respected teacher and Honorable President of the Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology, Dr. Anil Kumar Tripathi ji, the Director of Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, Dr. Shelly Praveen, my dear friend, as also the Secretary of the Society of Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology, office bearers of the Society, as also honorable members of the Society, dear participants of this e-workshop, our farmer brothers and sisters, our deans, directors of the university, respected teachers, my dear students of both IRI as also UBKV and other all academic institutes who are the participants in this workshop, the officers and staff of the university, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. Well, you would all appreciate that this workshop is being held when, already our director of research, he has given a glimpse of the university. And under the university, we have two colleges of agriculture, one college of horticulture, one college of technology, and about 900 plus students. Under the extension wing, we have 5 Krishi Vigyan Kendras. The students of this university make us proud by their proud performances at the different national level competitive examinations. We have a sizable presence at IRI itself, apart from all the top universities. Students, they secured admission also in prestigious institutes outside the National Agriculture Research and Education System, like NIPGR, Baba Atomic Research Center, Indian Institute of Science, the Jawaharlal Nehru Center at Bangalore, and different IITs, to name a few. Uttar Bongo Krishi Vishwavidyalaya received the ICR award for the category Engineering and Technology for securing the highest number of PG scholarships. The university has been accredited by ICR for all the different courses. And among our alumni, we have several of the stalwarts already. During the COVID situation, the teaching and academic activities have gone uninterrupted virtually online, and the results all have been published more or less on time. The university has been chosen as the Career Development Center by the ICR, and also for the NASF grant by ICR. The KVK system has also bagged prestigious awards like ICR Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay Rashtriya Krishi Vigyan Protsahan Puraskar, Best NICRA KVK Award, Best Innovative Farmer Award, Water Award, etc. You will all appreciate that this workshop is being held when the COVID situation is already there. And yesterday, Coventry and the United Kingdom celebrated the COVID vaccine from Pfizer and BioNTech Coventry at the Coventry. And in the backdrop of the CRISPR-Cas9 recognition through the Nobel Prize. As I was talking, in line with our director of research, that we have a very proud background of alumni. For example, our one of the alumni is alumnus is Dr. Taposh Kundu, who is also one among those who are testing the vaccine for the COVID. Another alumnus, Dr. Arun Kumar Dhar, is a stalwart who has migrated from the plant sciences to the shrimp virology and is leading the show at the global level. And so is Dr. Arnab Kumar Pine, and several Indians, as you all might be knowing, in Dr. Fauci's lab in the US. At a time when the synthetic genomes, we are talking about in the era of synthetic genomes, the DNA double strand break, imaging of DNA and RNA, even we have reached the anti-CRISPR stage. I strongly believe that this workshop has its own relevance, and the participants, they need to be properly, excited and, with the hands-on experience, so that they are clear about the techniques. It is the confidence in the biochemical techniques that actually allowed our other alumni to move from plant sciences to the other branches of science where they are delivering. And so also the other Indians, as I find these days, like Shumon Nag, Darshan Trivedi, Sulagna Das, Shundeep De, and so on and so forth. But you will all appreciate that globally, the political leaders, they are reducing funding for the scientific research. And now the leaders, they were caught on the wrong foot due to the reduced funding in research when the COVID actually swept through the globe. And now, of course, they are managing it back to the research. The issue, is that you need to keep your options open and be diversified. And that diversification would only be possible if one is very strong in your techniques. And that's where this workshop actually finds its relevance. This university expresses its gratefulness to the Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology for giving it the opportunity to be the host. We wanted it to host the workshop in the physical terms, but nevertheless, we are able to do it in the virtual mode, and we are really very thankful to the society for giving us this opportunity to be the host, and we really look forward to exciting 3 days ahead. Thank you so much and all the best. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. S.L. Mehta, President of Society, for the release of our technical bulletin of the workshop.
It's a great pleasure to release the technical bulletin prepared for the workshop. I'd like to congratulate all those who have been involved in its preparation. So my congratulations to the entire wonderful team that you have, and also to the Honorable Vice Chancellor for providing you full support.
Thank you, sir. Sir, now I would like to request you for the presidential address.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chitranjan Chattopadhyay ji, Plenary Speaker, Dr. Anil Kumar Tripathi, Director, Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, Dr. Shelly Praveen, Dr. Ashok Chaudhary ji, Director Research, Dr. P.K. Mandal, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, faculty members, Dr. Somnath, distinguished guests, participants to this online e-workshop, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to express our grateful thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor for agreeing to host this e-workshop and for his total support for organization of this workshop. My thanks are also to Dr. Nandita and Dr. Somnath Mandal for taking the entire responsibility for logistics and planning. In this task, Dr. Shelly Praveen and her colleagues have also helped, and we thank them sincerely. I was looking forward to spending 3 days with you, but unfortunately, due to this COVID pandemic, we have not been able to meet. But nevertheless, at least I hope that we will have opportunity of meeting. I was also looking at visiting this beautiful campus of Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. In fact, I like to congratulate the Vice Chancellor, Director, Research, Deans, faculty members for the wonderful work that you have been doing. In fact, even during the time that this was not a university, but you had a campus, I as a DDG Education watched with admiration the student performance of the colleges. And you really have very brilliant students who have done very well in different areas that they have gone, as has also been said by the Honorable Vice Chancellor. So my congratulations to the entire team of the university. We have taken, this is a new initiative, although it's called e-workshop, but this e-workshop is little different in the sense that we wanted to give total practical orientation. You know, for research, what is most important is that the students must be well aware of the technology, both its scope and limitation. And we thought that one of the way the society can contribute to developing the excellence in science is to organize the training workshops in different parts of the country, especially for student community. The idea was that in many of the institutions, you may not have the right kind of equipment for training. So we thought we'll bring you. Rest assured that although we have not been able to meet physically this time, but as soon as the conditions improve, we will like to take you all, especially those who today get prizes or medals or because they excel. To all of them, I'm assuring you that we'll take you to IRI and give you a 15 days training at IRE on techniques. So this will be a spin-off of this workshop. And it's not only few, we will be prepared to support and also take you to the university, because my colleagues have really, I'm told by Dr. Shelly that both Dr. Nandita and Dr. Somnath have really done tremendous effort. They were looking forward to welcoming you in the laboratory and demonstrating all the new techniques, whether it's HPLC, whether it's a gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, or atomic excitation spectrometry, whatever. And I was looking forward to also participating in teaching. As Dr. Ashok Chaudhary mentioned, my interest has been right from beginning to teach techniques in biochemistry. And that is one area that I thought should be strengthened. But nevertheless, we will continue these efforts. The society is keen to develop capacity for new and advanced technologies, whether it's in biochemistry, whether it's in biotechnology, and we will like to really fund such initiatives. In this, I would also like to especially congratulate organizers that they have married in this workshop excellent lectures with little emphasis on the techniques that are being used for achieving those results. So we have really requested all the speakers to kindly have a focus on the techniques that have been used and the kind of potential those techniques hold. So I hope that as we advance in 3 days, we will be able to give you a flavor of the principles on which these techniques are based and how the technologies can be used in research. So this is a kind of, I'm also informed by Dr. Shelly that they have done a wonderful exercise of on a virtual basis to demonstrate practical part of it. And I'm looking also forward to also gaining this experience. This is something new, because every adversity throws challenge. And of course, the COVID is a great adversity, in the sense that it has disrupted the formal education on campus. Students have been forced to go home, but still we are very happy that we have taken advantage of technology. Almost all institutions have geared up, and we in a state agriculture universities, and especially ICR system, really took a lot of effort early on. Many of you may not remember, but in 2002, we connected all regional stations, all institutions, SAUs and ICR institutes network. That was a tremendous effort under NATP, and then in a time span of just 3 months' time. So this is the so we are taking advantage of that technology uptake in ICR system today, and this has been strengthened subsequently, and now under the new project of NHEP, again, a lot of support has been provided. So the capacity building is, as I said, is vital for research, and this is being done. The other aspect which Dr. Shelley said was that it is important to look at nutrition now. Unfortunately, despite our major increases in food production, major increases in horticulture production, 14% people are still undernourished. I see no reason why we should have this such a high figure, but this is mainly because of lack of awareness in certain areas with parents or with people. And it is also our duty that not only we do the nutritive analysis of our crops, not only we study, because there's one part of developing nutritive food, but other part is also awareness among people. And fortunately now, at least I see that print media has come forward in articulating nutrition up, because what has happened is in COVID, you have to have immunity to save yourself. And to have immunity, you need to have good nutrition also. So these are all interlinked, and our scientists are also trying to develop varieties which have inbuilt high nutrition. And on the World Food Day, you must have seen our Honorable Prime Minister release 16 biofortified varieties, whether it is wheat, rice, maize, even mustard, in groundnut, you take even horticulture crops like yam. Our scientists have really developed varieties which are either high in zinc, high in iron, high in vitamin B content, and so on. Now, this is our future. And the major responsibility for major changes or for developing these new varieties with inbuilt high nutritive value and also awareness falls on our dear students who are today's students. You are our future for tomorrow. Many of you will become heads of departments, we will become deans, you will become vice chancellors, and we would like that at least dedicate yourself in whatever capacity you are. As Gandhiji said, talisman, think of the poor man, poorest of the poor, and if your actions help him to have better life, go ahead. And then at least I, for one, I'm expecting that you will really work hard, and the kind of deficiencies which are today will not be there tomorrow. And as Dr. Shelley said, if there be any suggestion from your side as to how do we help you to perform better from the society point of view, we would like to really organize the support, have mentoring by some of our colleagues in the society. We have people in different parts of the country, and our approach is that we will request basically these people to mentor people around the institutions that are there. Our other initiative has also been to bring or awareness among the school students. We already organized one program a couple of months back. We are going to organize another program in January. Now, this is awareness for teachers, for school students. Idea is that we must propagate not only biochemistry and biotechnology, but what is current in science, how is going to shape human beings in future, how it's going to affect our wellness. With these words, once again, I like to really profusely thank Dr. Chitranjan Chattopadhyay, the special pains that he has taken, the kind of support that he has provided is unprecedented. And we expect from a person who has been at IRI, this is, one thing which I always cherish, moments that we have spent in IRI, it's the institution where it provides you an opportunity of meeting people from all over India. That's the strength, and certainly in future, I assure you that I will have some opportunity of coming and visiting Uttar Banga Kashi Vishwavidyalaya. With this, thank you very much.
So it's our proud privilege and a momentous opportunity now to have the occasion to felicitate our respected teacher that you have been and have enthused and encouraged so many who are on the national and international duty today. So
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I would now like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate you, Dr. S.L. Mehta, President of SPPB, on behalf of UBKV. Virtual.
yeah,
Thank you very much.
proud occasion, sir, for us to felicitate you. In fact, thereby we actually honor ourselves by having the opportunity to felicitate you. And thank you so much for being with us. And we hope that we will have your, valued guidance through these all 3 days.
I'm honored and wish to thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor and all of you for this singular honor. Thank you very much.
Now, sir, I would like to invite you, Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay, to felicitate our Secretary, Society, Dr. Shelly Praveen.
Again, my dear friend, Dr. Shelley, I know you have possibly left for the very important meeting that you are engrossed with since last night. And I know you will also be there with us for the next 3 days, just after this important meeting at the Krishi Bhavan. So it's another proud privilege for all of us at Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. With the memento of Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, we like to felicitate you, and through you, yes, the entire society, for giving us this opportunity to be the host of this e-workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chirantan. It's really our pleasure that we jointly coming together. And I'm just recalling our student days when we used to go to classes together. So it is again an opportunity that we both are coming together and looking forward that we can do something for the future students.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, with the permission of President, Secretary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, we would like to move ahead to the plenary session. We have with us our respected speaker for today, Professor Anil Kumar Tripathi. I would like to request Dr. Pranab Kumar Mondal, Principal Scientist, NIPB, New Delhi, to convene the plenary session. Sir, Pranab sir?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected sir. Actually, President of the Society, Dr. S.L. Mehta, it is very difficult for me to tell his name as a Dr. S.L. Mehta because we always call him as a sir. And uh, I'll before coming to introducing the chairman and giving the mic to him, uh, I know Dr. Tripathi also for almost for 8 years, and I'm really thankful that just I requested and immediately he agreed for that. Now today it will be a wonderful lecture because as our Secretary of the Society, Teli Madam told, and Sir has repeatedly told, few days back we had a similar kind of seminar at BITS Pilani Goa campus, and it was wonderful, where really nutraceuticals and nutritional values are very important. Uh, Especially in this COVID situation, we are coming out of this because of the nutritions, and mostly the Indian food, as well as which is not even food, but there are lots of medicinal values. Incidentally, I am a COVID attack for last 10 days, and it is in a bad situation. But then what I am taking every day is our food, means like turmeric, ginger, tulsi. So this is so relevant today, this medicinal plant for the health. And I hope within 2-3 days I'll be able to come out of this. Now it is my actually pleasant duty to introduce my sir, uh, Professor Santilal Mehta. He was born in Bhadosa, India in October 25, 1943. Then after that, he actually did his agriculture from Rajasthan College of Agriculture. And then he did his post-graduation as well as PhD from IARI. After that, he has actually postdoctoral Commonwealth scholarship in 1967, postdoctoral Department of Plant Science, University of Alberta, 67 to 68. After that, 84 to 94, he was the head of the department in IARI. 2 years, he was little less than 2 years, he was Joint Director Education and Dean of IARI. After that, DDG Education, and after that, National Director for NATP. After that, Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology. He has enormous number of awards. So I just don't want to keep on telling them. There are Vasbik Award, Om Pukas Basin Award, G.V. University Award, and basically he has got honorary DSc from several universities. And I feel the universities we should not give them, they are unlucky. So I'm not naming them because there's a huge list of university who has given honorary DSc to him. Now, he is actually member of Rajasthan Council of Skill Entrepreneurship, chairman Pragati Trust, Jaipur, and then chairman of Sivalik Pratyak Sthal. He has a temple and trustee member where he does so many things in his native place. If there is an opportunity, I want to visit the place, and I request. But this is the thing which has been given it to me as a as his CV, brief CV of Professor S.L. Mehta to introduce. Here I cannot stop because I know sir from 1989. Actually, that was the year when four people joined, and that was the first time in IRI biochemistry, all four were from agriculture graduates. Otherwise, our biochemistry department used to be with general science. So he was extremely happy, and he told this is the first time in IRI 89. All four of you are from agriculture graduates. After that, from 91 to 96, he was my chairman, not today's chairman alone. He was my chairman of PhD. 3 capacity, he was my chairman. He was head, he was dean, and then he was DDG. When he was head itself, people told me that it is very difficult to meet him. And actually, you will not get any time. He's extremely busy, so he will not do that. But to my surprise, I have not seen such a wonderful person. I have gone night 10 o'clock, 10:30. Usually, sir takes lunch, dinner. Bengalis take around 10 o'clock, but sir takes around 7, 7:30. Night 10 o'clock also, he welcomed me and told whatever problem I had. And he had around 6 to 7 labs where entire biochemistry divisions was under his control. And that was the time we used to be proud that that's the best lab in India. One thing I should tell, which sir sometimes tell, but then as a student, this is my opportunity to tell, the entire India molecular biology has been learned from Dr. Lesel Mehta's lab. There were 21 days training where it was actually during my students period also, and this was supported and well supported by Santa ma'am, but every facility was there that during that period. HPLC to GC to what's called, we had a nucleic acid synthesizing machine also that period of time. I'm talking about 1990, 89, 90. The first PCR in the institute means IRI was in biochemistry division. Biotechnology center, people used to come to our lab, and probably in my PhD, I was the first user of that. The company was LEP Prem. This was a 24 well small PCR, but this was the first PCR in IRI. I just wanted to tell that he has a passion for teaching as well as technique. Today, I came to IRI, means NRCPB. It's a part of IRI in 2011. For last 10 years, I have been given the responsibility of a techniques course. It is an all practical course. And you will not believe, first day when I started taking that, I took out sir's note. And that is so relevant, so useful, the chromatographic techniques. That was the reason actually we thought that these workshops at Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya will be very, very apt. It is very unfortunate. We planned that sir and me will be traveling together, will be there together, as well as actually, sir, it is that UBKB campus, not only the campus, the locality and the location is wonderful. It is just foothills of Himalaya, and the locations are extremely, extremely good. I wish you'll be coming. And then, sir, there's nothing much to tell to you, tell about you, because wherever you have gone as a head, biochemistry division means the best lab in India. When you become dean, I have a lot of examples, but then I'm not telling that. Then when you came to DDG, people told now your thesis has gone. You cannot do. That took 3 days. First 2-3 days, DCs were keep on coming, because DGG's education's room, it is from morning 8 onwards, he will be coming. He told Mandal, I'll go, have dinner and come back. So 8 to 9, 3 days he has completed thesis. I can't tell any guide can correct, because by that time I have already joined ARS. My leave was not much. So he just within 3 days, he corrected it. After that, it is NATP. The zero tillage, how much of money has been saved, means I was a bit involved in some of the projects. I have heard him there. After that, in the VC of Udaipur, as long as he was there in Udaipur, it was wonderful. So, sir, I welcome you, and I give the mic to you for our Tripathi sir's lecture, because everybody is waiting to hear him.
Dr. Tripathi, Dr. Mandal, my dear all distinguished participants to this e-workshop. I'm really grateful to Dr. Mandal to say so many words. I think don't believe that, because he's a student, and every student likes to praise his teacher. So don't go. Only thing is, we did try to give an environment which our associates could be proud. That's my life mission, to provide a better environment for doing work. Today we have a very distinguished scientist, researcher, and a speaker for this plenary session, and he is Dr. Anil Kumar Tripathi, Director of a very prestigious Institute of Agriculture, Banaras Hindu University. And also he has been a former director of CSR Institute, CMAP, which is very important and is in news these days because of COVID. So it's a great pleasure to welcome him and also to introduce him, because introducing a colleague and a scientist is a job which really for people who are around, they must know what kind of a distinction that he has done. He has a very checkered career and he did his all education, BSc, MSc and PhD from Banaras Hindu University. And Banaras Hindu University is a very prestigious university and it's well known for the scholarship that is being given. So having studied at such a reputed university, he had joined as a lecturer in botany in Gorakhpur University, then became assistant professor and a reader in biotechnology in BHU again. So BHU has been his almost a home where he really worked for a longer period. He was also professor and head department of biotechnology at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gorakhpur University from 2002 to 2004. Then he became a professor of biotechnology, coordinator, School of Biotechnology, coordinator of Center for Bioinformatics, coordinator for DBT BHU, Interdisciplinary School of Life Sciences in BHU in 2013-14. He has received many awards and honors, chief being Malviya Medal in 1978, in Indian Science Congress Association Young Scientist Award. This is a very prestigious award given for the excellent research work done in 1987. UGC Career Award, again another prestigious award for young scientists, 1994. Then Dart Fellowship in 1988. This is another prestigious scholarship on which students go. DBT Overseas Associateship in 2006. He is a fellow of two very prestigious societies in India. One is Indian National Science Academy, and another is the National Academy of Sciences. His research areas are molecular microbiology with emphasis on abiotic stress tolerance and functional genomics in Azoospermillum bacillans, bioremediation and all. And therefore, I have a great pleasure in inviting Dr. Tripathi to give a talk on medicinal and aromatic plants for health and well-being. And this topic is so important now that almost because of the COVID, everybody wants to improve immunity. And I don't think you can have better planting material than medicinal aromatic plants which we have. I think Ayurveda have used them, CMAP have analyzed them and brought home the chemical ingredients in various plants which have impact. So today we are going to really listen to a wonderful talk, and especially after listening to him, I'm hoping that we'll have a better health and better life. With these words, I invite Dr. Tripathi, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very kind words. I'm really humbled by your very nice, very kind introduction. I've been hearing a lot about you, but I think somehow we missed I missed the opportunity of personally interacting with you. But all through in my student career and as a faculty, I've been hearing about tremendous contributions which you have made to the Society of Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology. Esteemed Vice Chancellor of the Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, our President, our Secretary of the Society, Dr. P.K. Mandal, all other organizers and faculty members of the UKBB, it's a matter of great delight for me to be associated with this workshop and to share some of my excitements in the area. And I'm really inspired by the kind of service to the society which Professor Mehta has been doing, and the kind of concern which he has shown at reaching out to the poorest of the poor. And this actually, I was able to learn when I spent 5 years at the CSR Institute, the Central Institute of Medicinal Aromatic Plants. And there I had the privilege of leading this CSIR's aroma mission. Today, the Prime Minister and many other people, they keep talking about the aroma mission. But it was conceptualized when I was at the CMAP, and some of my colleagues and I together thought about this mission. And I am so happy that it has impacted quality of life of thousands of people, thousands of farmers who were in great distress. And that is how I have developed a kind of great affinity for this kind of work. And that is why when Dr. Mandal asked me that we would like you to speak, I thought that I should speak something which is related to farmers and related to the theme, instead of talking about my own scientific work, which has given me these kind of accolades of different fellowships of the academy. But let me admit that I derive maximum satisfaction by being associated with these farmers and seeing the happiness or smile on their faces because of the contributions of the improved varieties and other kind of agro techniques which have improved quality of their life. Well, coming to this topic, maybe first I would like to share the screen. Whether my screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
So, well, I have chosen this topic, the medicinal and aromatic plants for health and well-being, because of two reasons. One, I already explained that I was at CMAP, so I had some exposure to what is being done in such a premier institution. And I had the opportunity of presenting, interacting variety of people, stakeholders in this area. Now, as Professor Mehta has mentioned, that health and well-being is extremely important. And who will know it better than Dr. Mandal, who is suffering the COVID himself? So when we look at the health and well-being, this goes with the body and mind. And I think the health and well-being depends on the purity and activity of both body and mind. We need to have pure air, pure water, and good nutrition for a healthy body. But healthy body without activity is not considered healthy. Similarly, the body has a great connection with mind. So purity of mind and activity of mind is also extremely important. And but what is happening that in the course of our civilization, evolution of the civilization, we had the the tendency to tweak with our natural style of living. And because of this, many of the diseases which are prevalent today, they are the lifestyle related disorders, lifestyle related diseases, which concerns our physical health as well as mental health. Now, this oft quoted quote, that is, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. I think this is the most controversial of the quotes, because many people say that it was never said by Hippocrates, but still people refer to Hippocrates that he said so. So when I was trying to connect with this theme of this workshop, there is always a confusion that what is functional food and what is nutraceuticals, because being in CSIR, there were several missions. There was an aroma mission, there was a nutraceutical mission. So these words have been used very interchangeably, but the definition which I found very distinct was the functional food is the food with bioactive compounds, which may include beta-carotene, lycopene, resveratrol, ferulic acid, etc. Whereas nutraceuticals are actually the bioactive compounds found in these foods, dietary supplements or herbal products. And they come as pills, capsules or liquids, whereas the functional food, they come as a natural food material. Now, there has been a great debate on the food versus pharma, as you will see the reflection from the quote referred to Hippocrates, the let thy food be thy medicine. Let food be thy medicine. So the food should act as a medicine. And now the difference between food and functional food is that when the food besides nutrition can also cater to some of the health problems, then it becomes a functional food. It specifically addresses some, or it prevents or cures some of the health-related problems. And as I have already mentioned, the definition of nutraceutical, if you take out those bioactives and pack them into pills or capsules, they become nutraceutical. And when we distort our lifestyle and food habits and other kind of habits too much, then it results into a disease state. The mere absence of disease is not considered health. Health has a very all-encompassing definition, which includes social health, mental health, psychological health, social health, and spiritual health. The pharmaceuticals are the ingredients which have been developed based on the experience derived from a large variety of plants which have been used traditionally in our culture or in various cultures like Chinese culture, African cultures. These plants are known to be beneficial, and when we go deeper into its bioactives, we eventually come out with certain pharmaceuticals which are commercialized in the modern medicine. Now, if you look at these spices, these healing herbs and spices, whether they are food or functional food, we eat everyday food which consists the carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. But besides that, every day our food consists of many of these spices. And if you look at each of these spices, you will find that they have several of bioactive compounds which are useful, which are targeted to specific kind of disease-related conditions, either preventive or curative. So our kitchen, as we all know, and internationally it's known that our kitchen is full of medicine. And if you say that, let thy food be thy medicine, and the kind of food we eat along with the spices, it is actually having a lot of medicinal value for us. Now, for example, if you look at these healing herbs and spices, the medicine cabinet in your kitchen, you look at these, the ingredients, for example, turmeric, it's written anti-cancer. But turmeric has hundreds of advantages, not only anti-cancer. The garlic, a natural antiseptic, but it has several other advantages for your gastrointestinal disorders, etc. Ginger, it's not only for nausea. Now people are recommending it for COVID situation. Clove, for example, is written antimicrobial, but clove, all the dentists are using for pain relieving, at least related to the dental problems. So all of these plants or their plant parts, they are not only having one ingredient, they are having multiple ingredients, and therefore they are having multiple health-related effects. And therefore, a use of these extracts or the whole plants or their parts is always bringing multiple health benefits to all of us. Now, what is this? During last few years, this drink has become very, very popular in US, turmeric latte. The milk is already known as a best food, ideal food, but milk, when it is spiked with some amount of turmeric, cinnamon, ginger, and maybe some tricketu. So what happens that turmeric usually is not bioavailable, and its mixture with the milk increases its bioavailability. But you add some of the tricketu, then it becomes much more available. For example, piperine present in the piper longum, that improves the bioavailability of most of the material. I will be talking about that. Cinnamon and ginger, these are all of these things are recommended for those to prevent the present day menace of COVID. The cinnamon, turmeric, ginger, all of them are included, and therefore this is a functional food. And people may interpret it differently, but I consider this as a functional food which has got tremendous utility. Now, another traditional formulation in every discipline, traditional Indian has been taking triphala on a daily basis. And now, if you look at the triphala, which consists of three, fruits of the three trees, there's Amalaki, Vibhitika, and Haritaki. They have a tremendous value for immunomodulation, anti-cancer, antioxidant, the gastrointestinal disorders, and these have the benefit that they act as a probiotic because they improve the population of bifidobacteria and lactobacilli, and they reduce the population of E. coli and other undesirable species. And at the same time, and inflammation. So this is part of our tradition. Similarly, I would just like to mention here that, I'm gradually increasing the number of herbs, turmeric latte, and I talked about triphala, so this is a formulation which is also based on traditional knowledge. And this was developed at CSIR CMAP when I was associated with CMAP. And it consists of, it is an anti-diabetic formulation, which consists of 6 medicinal plants, Berberis aristata, Rubia cordifolia, Trigonella phenum gracium, Pterocarpus marsupium, Tinospora cordifolia, Gymnema sylvestri. And we know that these drugs are, these plants and their extracts are not only useful for diabetes, they are useful many other health related issues. And therefore, if this drug is not only considered as a drug, this can also be considered as nutraceutical, because if you take on a daily basis, it not only reduces your problem related to diabetes, but it also helps you in many other ways. For example, Tinospora cordifolia. This is a immunomodulator. It's a very well-known immunomodulator, and these days the Guduchi is being recommended for improving your immunity. So it has other advantages also. Similarly, this methi, the Trigonella phenum gracium, this also has multiple advantages for your gastrointestinal health. So this formulation, which was created by CMAP, and in 2016, which received a technology award, because within 2 years, this formulation was sold for more than 200 crores. And this was an outstanding success for CSIR as well as this company, Amil Pharmaceuticals. So this has a curative as well as preventive effect. So the herbs, nobody has gone so far on the bioactives, but we know that they have the bioactives. These plants are very thoroughly investigated, and the active compounds which are responsible for these kind of health effects are also very well known. Now coming to another nutritional formulation in the traditional Ayurvedic system is called Dashamula Risht. And Dashamula Risht has 5 roots of tree species and 5 of the shrub species. And if you look at these 5 trees and 5 shrubs, there is a question of availability of this material. If you are damaging these trees in a destructive manner, then it is not going to be very sustainable. And there has been a question that how we can maintain this Dashamula Risht, and there is a possibility that can we use the root proliferation or the biotechnology related methods in having the root multiplication, root multiplying systems which can give these secondary metabolites. Whereas this lagumul, the small shrubs, that will not have much of the problem. So with some of these traditional plants, we have this problem of availability of this raw material. This is a very important health tonic for women, and some of them have been investigated for their biochemical ingredients, but we need to study more, and we also need to rationalize. For example, in this, can we now, it's very difficult to have Dashamula Risht, pure Dashamula Risht now, but can we have a lesser number of herbs instead of having all the 10? And instead of calling it Dashamula Risht, we can call it Ashtamula Risht or Shatmula Risht, depending upon the roots, number of roots we are taking, and ensuring that they deliver the kind of effects which are being claimed, or at least which are being expected. Now coming to the classical thing, Chyawanprash, nowadays, everybody is recommending and most of us are consuming Chyawanprash. Now the Chyawanprash has about 47 plants and ingredients, right, from about 47 or maybe more plants. And this is a story which was published in 2001 by Down to Earth. Today there is a story of Dabur honey, the honey, adulteration. Dabur is claiming that its honey is the best. But similarly, the Down to Earth magazine also, unfolded another problem of Chyawanprash. And I think this is going to be a major issue in current COVID times as well, because the amla, which is the major ingredient in the Chyawanprash, the amount of amla produced in the country is much, much less than the amount of Chyawanprash requires. And therefore, there is a lot of adulteration. So this Chyawanprash is a multi-ingredient thing. And there are many myths about the Chyawanprash also. It is said to be an immunity booster, and all of us faithfully take Chyawanprash without realizing that how many ingredients of traditionally recommended Chyawanprash are there. And some of the claims are that it is rich in vitamin C, who have, published, they have done experimental work that when you prepare by boiling this, Chyawanprash or heating for such a long time, there is no element of vitamin C left there. So there are a lot of modifications because the way it is processed, but still there is a huge belief that Chyawanprash is beneficial to the health. And I think we need to clarify, those who are having an interest in understanding the biochemistry of bioactive ingredients, we need to understand that what are actual bioactive ingredients in Chyawanprash or similar kind of formulations, which are actually playing health-related role. Now, looking at these traditional plants, we know that every plant has potential medicinal properties, but they are called medicinal when their properties or uses are described in some system of medicine, be it Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, homeopathy, or allopathy. There are about 2/3 of plant species, about 35,000 of them. They are estimated to have the medicinal value, and WHO estimates that 80% of the world population, particularly in Asian and African countries, presently uses herbal medicine for some aspect of primary health care. So we depend a lot on the medicines. On the herbs or for our health related benefits. Many of the pharmaceuticals currently available to physicians have a long history of use as herbal remedies, including opium, aspirin, digitalis. Some of these plants, they have been used in a plant formulation or herbal formulation, but of late, a lot of characterization that bioactive ingredients have been identified. And today, approximately about 120 active compounds, which are isolated from higher plants, are used in modern medicine. And 80% of them show a positive correlation with the traditional therapeutic purpose for which they were used. Now, when you say, let thy food be thy medicine, the medicinal aspects of the plant, they come because of the secondary metabolites. We know the primary metabolites are there for the plant survival and housekeeping, but the secondary metabolites are basically synthesized in order to tolerate variety of kind of abiotic stresses. And they have a huge density of the secondary metabolites, which can be categorized into terpenes, phenolics, nitrogen-containing compounds. And again, within each of them, there are several kind of subdivision based on their chemical structures. So these secondary metabolites synthesized by the plants probably to tolerate abiotic stresses, but they are also useful for us in many of the health-related ailments or health-related problems. Now, what happens that when once we know that the plant is of medicinal use, in today's system, there are 3 types of systems like Ayush-based systems of medicine. Now, a recently launched medicine system called phytopharmaceutical that has also been developed, and the modern medicine, which usually depends on the pure compounds or the synthetic compounds. Now, the journey from the medicinal plant to the modern medicine is a long one. And that is why not many new medicines are coming, but still this is probably relatively easier than going completely chemical pathway. Now, if you have a medicinal plant, here's a pipeline that you make an extraction, and this extract can be used for finding out the specific kind of effect, the bioactivity, which can be in vitro and in vivo. And once you find some effect, then you go for fractionation. There can be several polar and non-polar solvents. Based on the solubility into polar and non-polar solvents, you again try to enrich that ingredient, bioactive compounds, in that particular fraction, and eventually try to resolve them through HPLC, LCMS, etc. And then the compound is actually identified, and eventually you test whether this compound is effective in that particular health condition or not. So it's called activity-guided fractionation. At every fraction, you carry out the activity. It's a long-drawn process, but still, once you have the compound, you can always look at, it's derivatization, making it more effective. And if that happens, then it goes to the modern medicine route. But when you don't bother about the bioactive principles, then you can go to Ayush route, where the traditional text, whatever formulations have been described and their methods of preparation have been described, they follow the Ayush route. And when you want to have a kind of hybrid of this, because Ayush route has a lot of quality issues, because we know that in different regions and different climates, the same plant can have variation in the content of the bioactive compounds. And therefore, simply having the plant or its part as recommended in the traditional text is not enough. We have to see that the bioactive ingredient, bioactive molecules, they are present, and then only it will be effective. And there are many such examples. For example, the Phyllanthus nidori, the Bhumi amlaki. There are plants which are looking very similar. They are different species, they look very similar, but the phyllanthroidin, the active ingredient which is required for its hepatoprotective effect, that is present only in the Phyllanthus nidori. Similarly, if you look at a plant which is called Rauwolfia serpentina, the Rauwolfia serpentina roots are important. And today in the market, the roots are being sold without knowing whether the roots have reserpine or not, because it requires about 18 months in order for reserpine to be synthesized in the roots. What is happening in the market is that Rauwolfia roots are being sold without knowledge of their age. And that is why these Ayush drugs have their problems. And that is why this phytopharmaceutical route has been developed, where you have to show that whatever ingredient, whatever preparations you have used, they have the 4 characteristic marker compounds in terms of the HPLC peak. And that is what is more reliable in terms of the quality. Because if the chemical consistency is there, obviously the consistency of health effect will also be is also expected. And that is why the phytopharmaceutical route is a kind of compromise between Ayush and modern medicine. Now, here I give you an example which has been, a lot of work has been done by the CSIR lab, which is called the IIIM, Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine in Jammu. And they have derived this lesson from the traditional formulation, which is called Trikatu. And in Trikatu consists of Piper longum, Piper nigrum, and Gingiber officinale. And the main, Trikatu is very often used in Ayurvedic formulations. Most of the Ayurvedic formulations, the Vaidyas, they recommend that also take Trikatu. And it is found out that in Trikatu, the piperin, which is present in this Piper genera, this is a bioavailability enhancer. And they have done this kind of study that when they used, in Mycobacterium tuberculosis, when you administer rifampicin for its treatment, there is a certain dose of rifampicin which is required. And gradually resistance is developing in these bugs. Now, if you mix rifampicin and piperin, now this gives a effect which is equivalent to, for example, 200 milligram of rifampicin, which is mixed with 10 milligram of piperin, gives an effect of equivalent to 450 milligram of rifampicin. So this is a bioavailability enhancer, and therefore this can be used in reducing the antibiotic resistance and overuse of the antibiotics. So Risorin is one example, and this eventually it came as a drug in the market as a Risorin, and this is is a hybrid combination of rifampicin and piperin. This is developed by our lab in IIIM Jammu. And they have later on also tried to use the derivatives of piperine. They have made several derivatives and tried to find that which one will be more effective. A similar effort was also made at CMAP. You may be knowing a plant which is now very popular in agriculture. We are popularizing this drumstick, this sahajan. This is supposed to be a wonderful plant in terms of the richness of the variety of kind of nutrients. But besides the nutrients, this the drumstick, the fruit of it, also contains a bioactive, which is equivalent to, or in fact much more effective than the piperine, which has been reported earlier. Now, here it's shown that this is activity-guided fractionation. You can see that leaves, stems, and the root, they have less efficacy than the pod extract. And there you can see that the extract of pod together with rifampicin is able to influence, cause inhibition of E. coli much more than the rest of the combinations. And when we are coming to the bioactive ingredients, identification of bioactive ingredients, once you have that simple ethanolic extract of Moringa oleifera, then you can have multiple fractions in order of increasing polarity. You can see at different steps. At the first step, you find that the ethyl acetate extract was more effective. And when the ethyl acetate extract was further fractionated with different combinations, you find the ethyl acetate with chloroform is more effective. And similarly, when this combination was further resolved, you find that ethyl acetate is effective. And thin layer chromatography, when you do, you find several spots. And one of these spots shows very good activity, which is pure molecule, showing about 27-fold activity as compared to the ethanolic extract of this. And then you go to its characterization and identification. You determine using NMR and other techniques, you identify its structure. This compound was known as niaziridine. So I just tried to give you an example that starting from extract, how you can go to this how we can go to the active compound or active ingredients. Now the problem, there is another problem. The herbals, there is an issue that when you purify certain compound, when you extract a single compound, you do not observe the same kind of effect which is actually observed by the extract. And that is why I have tried to include this plant gugul, which has an anti-inflammatory, anticoagulant, hypolipidemic, and antibacterial activity. This activity is shown both in polar and non-polar solvents. It is not fractionated only with polar solvent or non-polar solvent. It is present in both. And therefore, both ingredients are important for the full activity, pharmacological activity of gugul. If you take only polar, the part of the activity is lost. And therefore, in many cases in the herbals, it is important that not a single compound, but whole extract is utilized. And therefore, when you look at this, controversy hanging around, this turmeric or curcumin, the paper which was published in Nature, questioning the efficacy of curcumin, that curcumin pharmacologically is not an active compound because curcumin doesn't stay in the serum, and therefore this was questioned, but not the turmeric extract, because there are other ingredients in the turmeric extract which are supposed to be bringing the benefit, and therefore extracts are always considered much more effective than the pure compounds. I mean, there may be exceptions. The pure compounds are known. For example, the pure compound which I'm going to talk about is that one of the most famous medicine, pain relieving medicine, is aspirin. And this aspirin was extracted. Initially, it was used from the leaves of the plant Spirea ulmaria. And later on, the compound was isolated, and this compound was a salicylic acid. And the company Bayer made its a derivative, which is called acetyl salicylic acid. In 1897, they had their patent, and this is the drug which has never lost its market. Till today, it's active not only in one pain relieving, but in multiple cases. For example, in the blood thinning And also in the COVID cases, preventing some of the complications of COVID, aspirin is still used. And the main lesson of this was derived from the plant, that is the salicylic acid, which is there. Many of us, they are very familiar, particularly those who are pursuing biochemistry of plants. They know about this different kind of roles played by the salicylic acid. Another important plant is the foxglove, which has been the source of the drugs for heart attack. And in 1785, the William Withering, he wrote an account of the foxglove and some of its uses. And later on, it was proven that foxglove produces more than 30 different cardiac glycosides, which include digoxin and digitoxin, which are prescribed to the heart patients around the world today. So these medicines, they were present in the plants were being used, but at a later date, we started realizing what are the active ingredients. Here is a list of, and some of the examples of the compounds. For example, aspirin, I have already mentioned, ipecac, pilocarpine, camptothecin, quinine, reserpine, scopolamine. They are all derived from the plants, but they are FDA-approved drugs, which are derived from the ethnobotanicals. Similarly, you have other plants like artemisinin, which is very famous these days. This has been famous because of the discovery of the UU2, which is a Nobel Prize winning work. Vinblastin, theophylline, artether, and several of these compounds. These are all FDA approved, but they are still extracted from plants because their synthesis is very difficult. Wherever the synthesis is easier, the chemists, they dominate and industry is able to take over. But the plant, phytochemist or natural product chemists, they remain important because many of these compounds are so complicated, their structures are so complicated that it's not possible to chemically synthesize, or it's not economical to chemically synthesize all these compounds. Now, I would also like to give you some examples. As I said, the medicinal plants which are having health-related benefits, different kind of health, different aspects of health. There are some nervine tonics. And if you look at these plants, asparagus racemosus, which is rich in saponins, and the bacopa, which is good for mental health, the triterpenoid saponins, Nilumbo nucifera, Ecorus calamus, which is rich in the phenyl propanoids, and Withenia somnifera, which is having variety of alkaloids. I will show a couple of more slides on that. And Centella asiatica, again, useful for brain health or mental health. These are rich in the triterpenoid, saponins. So these plants, they can be considered as functional food, but their ingredients are basically the bioactive compounds, which are actually being taken as nutraceuticals. Now, anti-obesity, most of us, in our society, a lot of people are suffering from obesity. And obesity is not a single disease, it is a multiple disease, which leads to high blood pressure, diabetes, abnormal blood fats, coronary artery disease, stroke, osteoarthritis, sleep apnea, and cancer. And therefore, there are plants which can prevent obesity or even reduce the obesity. And there are examples. For example, this is a very, very, very important example, Garcinia cambogia, which has hydroxycitric acid. These days, this is very, very popular, the weight reducing nutraceutical which people are using. And similarly, you have, Hypericum perforatum, and some of the main active ingredients which are indicated here. The red apple contains pyruvate, Commiphora mucul has steroids and gugulsterone, and Saccharum officinarum, Camellia sinensis, and this garlic, which has again become very, very popular. And maybe I will show you 1 or 2 slides on garlic also. And some of the sources of beta-sterol, which are listed here, they are all useful in reducing obesity or preventing obesity. Now, one aspect of the obesity, complication of obesity, is the diabetes. And for diabetes, in our Ayurveda, there are many plants, many plants which have been described. In Ayurveda, it is described as a prameh or madhumeh. And many plants have been recommended for prameh or madhumeh. And traditionally, we know that bitter gourd, the Momordica charentia, this is, the seed extract of this is very useful in diabetes. And there are many other plants. I mentioned to you the Gymnema sylvestri is a part of our BGR34 formulation, which we developed. Pyrocarpus marsupial is part of BGR32, and Trigonella, that methi is also part of that. So these are the plants. Tinospora cordifolia is also the component of that 6 herb formulation. And we all are very familiar with this stevia, which is becoming very, very popular as a sugar-free alternative for diabetics. Now, I was mentioning to you about ashwagandha, and the ashwagandha roots, they have been recommended every day in the morning. I mean, I also have my own turmeric latte. I take milk with turmeric and trikatu and also ashwagandha. I include ashwagandha because this has been recommended as useful for preventing COVID-19. And I will give you some in silico based experiments done by IIT Delhi that this is supposed to be useful for preventing the spread of the cancer, spread of the COVID-19. But this is anti-stress. This is known as Indian ginseng, has multiple uses, and different varieties of ashwagandha depending upon their bioactives, their amount of bioactives. They can be used. They are positioned for stroke or for immunomodulation or for anti-cancer. So different varieties of the plant, same plant, ashwagandha, has been positioned. A lot of work has been done in this different CSIR labs, including IIIM Jammu and IICB, Kolkata, and CDRI, CMAP, NBRI. All these labs have done a lot of work on the ashwagandha, its biochemistry, its active compounds, and the mechanism of its action. And that is why, if you observe the sale of ashwagandha in US market during last 5 years, its sale is increasing 30% annually. It is not because of simply mentioning this in the traditional Ayurvedic text. It is because of hundreds of papers which are being published to prove that they are having specific health related effects. And people are getting convinced, and that is why ashwagandha extract is being exported from India in huge quantity and with an increase of 30% every year. Now, in terms of the phytomolecules or the bioactives, there are different compounds like vitafurin A, vithanone, vithanolide A. A lot of biochemical work has been done in CMAP, particularly to characterize all these compounds and these ashwagandhanolide, vithanolide P, vithanolide R. A lot of work has been done, and that is why ashwagandha has become very, very popular. And now you can see here is a list that which compounds, the bioactive compounds, are positioned against which kinds of disease situation. And you can see that anti-cancer, vitafurin A and vithanolide D, they are positioned against cancer. And for hypoglycemia, the vitafurin A is also useful. Another compound is hydroxyvithanolide E, that is also useful, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory. So you can see that a single plant is having multiple health-related benefits. But if we identify that which bioactive compounds are active against, active for which kind of health-related condition, we can specifically position these plants or their bioactives for health-related issues. Now, this is the work done by IIT Delhi some time ago. As soon as the COVID-19 spread was there, and IIT Delhi was in the news, that the ashwagandha has a vithanone, and this vithanone is able to prevent the entry of this SARS-CoV-2 and its further multiplication. These steps are intervened by the vithanone, which is present in the ashwagandha. And this study was published in Journal of Biomolecular Structure and Dynamics. And they said that a combination of vithanone and caffeic acid phenethyl ester are predicted to interact with main protease of SARS-CoV-2 and inhibit its activity. So, but the in silico work is a predictive work. This needs to be experimentally verified further, but there is certainly an indication which deserves to be paid attention to. Now, if you look at the garlic, garlic is also being recommended. Many of the modern medicine doctors, they also recommend that during the COVID situation, you eat a lot of garlic. And garlic has been characterized to have several kind of essential oils, and out of these essential oils, some of them have been proven to bind to the ACE2 protein. And here there are different essential oils which have been shown, and the T5 is most active, T11 is less active than T1, T2, and T4. Now, if we go back, you see, I'm sorry for confusion, T5. If you look at T5, this is allyl disulfide, which is present in garlic in 28.44%. So it's a amount in the garlic essential oils is very high. And this is the most active compound against this ACE2. And therefore, you can imagine that if it is actually in vivo active, how effective use of garlic will be in the COVID situation. Similarly, there is another compound, this has been tested, and this is active against the main protease. So the inhibitory effects of the compounds of this protein of SARS-CoV were of the order T1. So here the T1 is the most active, and if you look at the T1, it is the diacetone alcohol, which is in the low quantity here. So, but this another compound which we have talked about, the allyl disulfide, this is going to be very, very effective if we consume the garlic. Now, the Ministry of Ayush has recommended Ayush Kwath, and I think Dr. Mandal has mentioned in the beginning that, I have also shown that this Ayush Kwath consists of tulsi, dalchini, adrak, that the ginger, and kali mirch. And the kind of turmeric latte which I use in the morning, and the turmeric latte which has been recommended, there also this dalchini and adrak, these two are the components. And what additional I do is I add this tricatu or the piper longum together with tulsi leaves. Then this makes a very perfect combination, which is part of the Ministry of Ayush. And you can see that there are beneficial role of phytochemicals and active pharmacological agents present in Indian herbs, which include tulsi, haldi, giloy, black pepper, ginger, clove, cardamom, lemon, and ashwagandha. I have discussed about these plants earlier also. Now, this study has been done, I think in BRC, where the kadha, this Kwath, Ayush Kwath, this activity on some of the components of this has been predicted. Again, it's a in silico study. So this is the spike protein, and this is the virus entry. And there are multiple steps on which the Ayush Kwath, which consists of about 4 or 5 ingredients, which I have just mentioned, these are able to block the entry as well as multiplication and infectivity of this virus. This is a prediction by in silico studies. I think this needs to be done further. These are some of the results. You can see that the bioactive compounds like somniferin, tinosporide, tinocordioside, flavonol, vithanolide, all of them are binding at this specific site in this protein. This is called the SARS-CoV-2 main protease. Now, similarly, you have another protein, which is ACE2 protein, where also these compounds are binding at different locations. And vitafrin, ashwagandha, and some of the ashwagandha components are here. So they are all binding to these two different components, and therefore they are predicted to be effective. So, but we need to do the in vivo studies, in vitro studies, and in vivo studies to prove their real efficacy. Now I will take a couple of more minutes to say that in the essential oils, they are considered very useful for wellness and aromatherapy. Aromatherapy in US and Europe is very, very popular. And a lot of it is in a form of, pseudoscience, because the evidences are not there. But people have a lot of faith in this. And in our ancient text also, it's written that Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam. So the aroma is actually good for the health. But some of these are having very useful, very well known established health effects which have been characterized. And for example, in the aromatherapy, some of these plants are being used like lavender, jasmine, marigold, neroli, vetiver, clarisage for anxiety. And similarly for depression, the clarisage, marjoram, chamomile, there is a huge list of this. And these essential oils and their ingredients are also characterized, that what ingredients are responsible for this wellness related effects like pain, fatigue, aggressiveness. You smell a flower and then you feel relaxed. And I think there is some connection, not only it's a psychological, but it's also some chemical and biological effect which actually leads to this kind of effect. There are different types of methods which have been recommended in the aromatherapy for the wellness based on the aromatic plants. For example, insomnia, it is recommended that if you have the chamomile flowers, make a pillow of chamomile flowers and sleep on that, you will get rid of the problem of insomnia. And similarly, you have the sandalwood, ylang ylang with patchouli. And for headache and migraine, you can use peppermint. And I think many of the pain balms, they use peppermint in this. And there is a long list of the plants. I don't want to go into further details, but what I would like to emphasize is that there are aromatic plants and their ingredients, which are essential oils. And if you go further deeper, there are specific compounds, the secondary metabolites, which are known to improve our feeling of wellness whenever we are stressed. Now, with reference to COVID, I mean, there are plants, for example, essential oils. If you eucalyptus oil, if you nebulize, for example, if somebody sneezes and these fomites which are present in the air, they are all around in your room. Or if you are able to nebulize or spray, have a spray of eucalyptus polybracta, this is called blue mallee, or Melaleuca alternifolia, that is tea tree, then for 15 seconds can effectively and rapidly eliminate airborne influenza droplets within 15 minutes. So the spray of these, vaporizers are there these days of the essential oils. You can use them in your room, and then you can expect a reduction in the titer of the virus particles which are present. And one reason could be that virus has particularly the COVID-19 virus is an enveloped virus which is having the lipid layer around it. And these are essential oils are also the basically oils, and they hydrophobic. They can bind and make them inactive. Some of these studies have also been published that in the in vitro studies, some of the formulations of these essential oils, they can actually inhibit this influenza virus in the cell culture. In the in vitro, these studies have been done. So they not only reduce the titer in the air, but they also reduce or they inhibit the multiplication. The cell, the cell culture is exposed to the essential oil combinations. Now, I would like to close my talk here by just quoting the Prime Minister while addressing a meeting of Ayush in January 2016, and he said that we must apply the techniques and methods of modern science to test and validate the results of our traditional knowledge and principles of Ayush to assure quality of our products and health services. I think this workshop, where the participants are going to learn variety of biochemical techniques, they will not, they help farmer in the way that if the farmers are diversifying their agriculture, coming out of only 2 or 3 crop systems, they are cultivating medicinal plants, which are going to be much more beneficial, profitable. Their quality has to be assured. And for that, they need these scientific methods, tools, and techniques to characterize that the quality of herbs which they are cultivating, they are of standard, and therefore the sale value in the market will go up. So with these words, I express my sincere feeling of thankfulness to all of you, especially Professor Mehta, Dr. Mandal, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chattopadhyay, and all of you for giving me this opportunity to share some of my feelings about aromatic and medicinal plants. Thank you very much.
Hello, yeah. We like to really thank Dr. Tripathi for a brilliant lecture. In fact, he has taken us from kitchen cabinet to plants and to isolating compounds, and what is the role of these compounds in human health and well-being. I think all the participants are more wiser now how to fight COVID with your lecture. A lot of information that you have doubted will help us to really have a better health. I think you have seen the kind of effort Dr. Tripathi has done from a very elementary stage of using these different kinds of medicinal aromatic plants to isolating compounds, and the way how they function, that has also been shown. So really, Dr. Tripathi, our sincere thanks to you for collating all that information and giving in such a simpler manner. I think the message home for all youngsters is that we have to try and isolate compounds, see efficacy, test them, and bring a quality product. There are still number of plants in different regions which have not been worked, which have not yet been, we have not been able to isolate compounds. But there are people who are still using them as a traditional medicine. In my own village, there is a person who gives leaf powder for if you have a, let's say, fracture, and he says within 15 days your fracture will be cured. But he doesn't tell you the plant from where he brings and all. He says, if I tell, then the effect will go. And then I think throughout India under NATP, we try to document some of this traditional knowledge, but it has to be tested. That the main thing is testing. But some of them we have seen. I'm sure everybody has an experience of using these, but we have not been able to take it forward. And I think institutes like CIMEP and other CSR institutes and ICR institutes have that kind of responsibility to not only educate people, but one of the things that after listening to your lecture, and there was another lecture we heard about a few months back, there is a difference of opinion. People who have worked with these plants, they say it's very effective. There are people who say this is not effective. So the public person is doesn't know whom to believe. But I'm sure the taste of food is in eating. And then that's where people are now learning about it. So I am sure your lecture would at least give a new thinking to the participants who have come together. And with the kind of technology advances we are making, time is not far where we will be able to analyze more plants. And I think youngsters will have much more responsibility to do this. With this words, I want to thank you. I hope we have time. I don't know whether we have put for questions and from any of the participants or Dr. Mandal, how have we organized it?
Yeah,
we can ask for some questions.
Yes, we can, because this is the plenary lecture as well as this is wonderful for all of us. Yeah.
So I think we are opening it for 3 or 4 questions. So any of the participant would like to ask question can raise hand or tell Dr. Mandal.
Yeah.
So any participant having any question can come forward.
Ma'am, I have one query. If I'm permitted to ask.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Very good morning to all. Sir, myself, Dr. Indu Chopra, I am working at IRI in soil science and agricultural chemistry. Actually, sir, this was really a very knowledgeable presentation, but I wanted to ask, when a student is doing his MSc or PhD, and if he is doing extraction of these nutraceuticals or we are saying functional foods, if from any plant material, it's definitely, I think that only one compound may not have the complete activity. It may be with combination of other or one or the other compound that are already present in that plant. Then, sir, during his work, it's not, I don't think it's possible for any student to find the activity, all the activities that are possible with one or with the combination of one or the other compound. Then how to proceed with that, sir? How can we plan that yes, this one may be effective or not, or is this really working or not, sir?
Uh, yes, I think it's a very good question. You need very good settings like what we have in Triple IM Jammu or CDRI or CMAP. You need a partnership between the bioprospection group and the chemistry group, and also the plant biochemistry group, the natural product chemistry, as I said in the chemistry. So the CDRI and CMAP are able to do this work because they have very good synergy between the bioprospection, the animal group, which is able to do the in vitro activity. So the chemistry people, they make the extracts, and these extracts or the fractions, and these fractions are used by the animal group or bioprospection group in vitro studies or in vivo studies. And when they see the effect, they are able to tell that this fraction is good. Now it goes back to the chemistry that from the fraction, they try to purify the compounds. And purified compounds effects are seen, they go back again to the animal group and they study it again, and they are able to tell that this compound is most active. And that is what is required for activity guided fractionation. A very good chemistry between animal group and the chemistry group. And then only this can work. So what happens is that, for example, in IRI or maybe in some of the institutions, you may be having very good natural products chemistry group, but having a group which can evaluate its activity, for which you have to have collaboration with some of the institution. For example, this IICB in Kolkata, the CSR Institute, they are also equally very well equipped for this. And if you have some kind of idea, you can collaborate with them. But this kind of investigations, they require very good logistics and a very good understanding and a long-term planning in order to come out with some useful products. So, I mean, one institute focused on one specific aspect is, for example, very difficult. For BHU is, for example, is one of the rare universities we have the hospital. So we have the agriculture, we have science, we have a hospital or Institute of Medical Sciences. So here also this kind of things are possible. But the universities which do not have the medical sciences, they are the clinical trial, and this kind of approach is not easily possible. But I think if we have a will, we can always find good partners to address our problem.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other student? Anybody else?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, I just want to ask that this bioactive compounds which we get from different kinds of food items or including mushroom also, there are so many bioactive compounds we get. So if we cook or boil, whether the quality of the bioactive compounds is retained or is changed after cooking or like processing. I just want to know.
Well, I think some of the compounds, they get altered because of the heating, but there are many, and that is why our traditional practices of cooking or boiling are aligned with wherever the boiling does not lead to inactivation, you take it like that. Similarly, in some cases, you are not supposed to boil. For example, many salads and these things, you are taking vitamins, etc. So you are not supposed to boil them. But if you boil, some of the ingredients, they get inactivated. And I think there are studies about the temperature tolerance of some of these biomolecules. I would not be able to comment on all of them. That's also not my area. But the logic says that there are prescriptions that which compounds you should boil, which you should not. So, for example, the pulses and many of these potato and many of these things, unless you boil, there are anti-nutritional factors. So the anti-nutritional factors like protease, etc., they need to be inactivated in many grains of the pulses and also potato and many other vegetables. So if you take them raw, they will have anti-nutritional effect. Whereas the potato is taken for the purpose of starch and maybe some protein also. So these things will not be inactivated, or even if they are inactivated, protein is after all going to be degraded and amino acids are to be utilized again for making of the proteins. So that's not a problem. But the boiling is sometimes helpful, not always harmful.
Okay, if there is no more question, then
I have question. I have one question, madam.
yes, yes.
Please.
Namaskar, sir. Very good morning to all. Myself, Dr. Tapas Ranjan Das from IRI. My question is that, sir, actually there is any research finding of any particular phytochemical which have the direct role to combat the coronavirus COVID-19, or on a general as a plant compound which improve immunity of the persons, and it indirectly in general terms, that is just COVID-19 or influenza, just to improving immunity, and immunity can role that controlling, or any phytochemical which direct impact on COVID-19.
Yes, I mean, I don't remember the name of this chemical, but I certainly know that a couple of months back, IIM Jammu has published a report that from a plant source, it's a little complicated name, I'm not able to remember the name of the plant. So from this plant, a chemical has been isolated and it has been shown to inhibit the spread of COVID, particularly in the in vitro systems. They have been able to show that in the cell culture, lung saline cell culture, they have been able to show that this COVID so it's directly affecting the COVID. It's not boosting the immunity, but it is directly affecting the COVID situation. So this paper has recently been published, and CSIR. There are a lot of excitement in CSR, a lot of media highlight was there. So this compound has been, I mean, I can find it out very quickly because I think somewhere in one of the slides, it may be there in another presentation. But I think the chemical has also been identified by IIM Jammu. So, but a lot of other efforts are being done to boost the immunity, general immunity, so that we can cope not only with the COVID, but all other, infections which are prevalent in these times.
Thank you, sir. Now, since we are running pretty late, I would.
You want to know the name of a specific name of the chemical?
Just 1 second, Nandita. Just.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Before we actually end the session with a formal vote of thanks, as a coordinator of these sessions, I have to profusely thank our speaker, because when I was told that please see some of the people, I did not actually think of anybody else. I just thought, because in today's context, it was really relevant. And he being 5 years director of that institute which I have visited, he gifted me with a kit, and still I'm using those. I actually saw the entire CMAP. Incidentally, one of my teacher also was earlier the director of CMAP, Dr. Sumanpreet Singh Khanuja. But then this time I had a in and out visit when Dr. Tripathi was director there. So it was a wonderful lecture. And sir, like I feel, I feel that it will really enlighten, as sir has told, that after this today's lecture will be really knowing that. And we are the treasure of medicinal and aromatic plant. I just wanted to show, sir, your institute product I am using for last 7 years. Means from the day it has been released, and I am a 20 years diabetic patients, but it is completely controlled. I'm of course taking allopathy medicine, but the BGR34 is working wonderful for me. Starting from digestion, as well as the different people says different thing, but I daily basis I use it. So thank you so much, sir. And then I say, I once again thank my sir, Professor S.L. Mehta. He is as vibrant, as active as I have seen in 1989. Every time I actually just think how a person can be so energetic in this. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And I wish all your good health and this to continue for long years. So please, Nandita now.
Sir, actually, on behalf of UBKV, we wanted to felicitate Dr. Anil Kumar Tripathi by the chairman of the session, Dr. S.L. Mehta. Formal felicitation. This one.
Okay. It's a great pleasure in felicitating today's speaker, Professor Tripathi, for this wonderful lecture on behalf of the university.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the day. And thank you, convener of the session, Dr. Mandal. Now, formally, we are closing the inaugural session with the vote of thanks. Formal vote of thanks will be delivered by Professor Dibyendu Mukhopadhyay, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, UBKV.
Thank you, Nandita. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this National E-Workshop on functional foods, bioactive compounds, and phytochemicals for better nutrition, organized by Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology, IARI, Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, which is going to be held on and from 9th to 11th December 2020. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chirantan Chattopadhyay sir, for his constant encouragement and kind support and valuable suggestions. He took out valuable time of his busy schedule and is very much instrumental, and is always in our support while organizing this type of programs in the near future. I sincerely extend my thanks to Dr. S.L. Mehta sir, President SPBB and former DDG ICAR, for his kind presence and sharing opinion and support. In fact, I was also very much keen to hear from you across the screen even, because I had the opportunity to have that training program at NAM during 2005. Okay. And after such a pretty long time, I can see you, sir. Stay safe. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Shelly Praveen, Secretary, SPBV, for her enormous cooperation and support, and he is very much critical while organizing this type of seminar. I had an opportunity to attend 1 or 2 meetings with these organizing members, and I sincerely extend my thanks to Dr. Praveen for organizing this kind of programs in associations with the Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. I sincerely extend my thanks to Dr. Anil Kumar Tripathi, Director, Institute of Science, Banaras Hindu University, for his kind presence and giving a very valuable and informative talk on medicinal and aromatic plants. He is very much encourages for us, especially for the students and the young faculties. I thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Pranab Kumar Mondal, Principal Scientist, NIPB, New Delhi. He is not only for this program, he is also constantly associated with us for other programs of this university. And I sincerely thanks for his presence and shaping and planning this kind of programs so that it can be fruitful for the coming days. I thank you, sir. I extend my thanks to Dr. Ashok Chaudhary, Director of Research, Uttar Banga Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, for providing support and encouragement and guidance also for these young faculties. He is always with us, and I extend my thank you, sir. Deep sense of appreciation is bestowed to Dr. Gautam Pandit, Head, Department of Biochemistry, and his entire team for his constant support and guidance in framing out the program. I also thank Dr. Somnath Mandal and Dr. Nandita Sahana. In fact, they are both of our students and now colleagues. and who are the organizing secretaries also. And big thanks to them for their constant efforts, ultimately the willingness, the desire to organize this kind of program, the dedications, and the planning. So I thank you, both of you. I acknowledge gratitude to all the heads of the departments, the deans of the other faculties, registrars, directors for their kind cooperation and support. Special thanks to the participants, speakers, and students. Without them, this type of program would not be fulfilled. I also extend my thanks to the technicians under the NAHEP IG programs, the volunteers for their constant and untiring support and help to organize this kind of program. And anybody left whose names may not be mentioned, that may be my shortcomings. I request them to bear with me. Thank you all for being with us for this afternoon and hope the program a grand success. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, President and Secretary, Madam. Now we are breaking for lunch, and at 1 o'clock, we will be starting our first session, which will be under the thematic area of yes, the same link will continue. At 1 o'clock, we will be meeting for our first technical session. We have 2 lecture and 1 hands-on training on the high performance liquid chromatography technique. We expect all the participants to join on time at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Anyway, I think it's all right. So we are moving ahead to our first technical session 1. The thematic area for this session is bioactive compounds, characterization and health perspective. So this session is having 2 invited lectures. One is by Dr. P.K. Pal, the other one is by Pranab Kumar Mondal sir. And the chairperson for the session is Professor Dibyendu Mukhopadhyay, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. The convener of the session is Professor Gautam Kumar Pandit, HOD, Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. And rapporteur is Dr. Binayak Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, Department of Post-Harvest Technology, Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. May I please request Professor Gautam Kumar Pandit, the convener of the session, to conduct the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of Department of Biochemistry, the 3 days National E-Workshop is going on. This is the first day of the session of the program. So in this, and now we are going to start the first technical session of this program. And you have already known that there are 4 technical sessions. First one will be held today, and there will be 2 tomorrow, and the last will be on the 3rd day. So in the first technical session, the title of which is Bioactive Compounds, Characterizations and Health Perspective. So in this session, the session will be chaired by Professor Dibyendu Mukhopadhyay. He is a professor of Department of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, head of the department, as well as Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture. So I request Dr. Mukhopadhyay, Professor Mukhopadhyay, to take over the charge.
Thank you, Professor Gautam Pandit, Head, Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. As told earlier that in this technical session, the thematic area is bioactive compounds, characterizations, and health perspective. And we have with us Professor Gautam Kumar Pandit, convener, and rapporteur Dr. Binayak Chakraborty. In this session, there will be 2 lectures to be delivered by Dr. Pradut Kumar Pal in the first phase, and in the second phase, Dr. Pranab Kumar Mondal. As you all know that these biomolecules or bioactive molecules are very important in terms of its solubility, which can render so much affecting agents in angiogenic factors, cytokinins, hormones, DNA and RNA, immunosuppressive drugs that can interact with and modulate the activity of this cell. And these compounds are also extra nutritional constituents that are found in small quantities in foods, providing health benefits beyond the basic nutritional value of the product. And in the earlier session, we hear the talk delivered by Dr. A.K. Tripathi on medicinal and aromatic plants. And we are also enriched with the products that is being launched by India and abroad that have some direct and indirect benefits on our health aspects, particularly at these pandemic COVID situations. So this will be covered by this session by 2 very eminent speakers. To introduce Dr. Pradut Kumar Pal, is a professor, Department of Pomology and Post-Harvest Technology, Dean's Faculty of Horticulture, as well as Registrar of Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. He's graduated from the former North Bengal campus of Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, and after completing his undergraduate program, he did his master's from CFTRI Mysore and doctoral studies, and as an in-service candidate from UBKV, respectively. He has more than 20 years of experience in the field of research and teaching, and actively engaged himself in these type of activities as of now. He has handled so many externally funded projects funded by Ministry of API, Government of India, Department of API and Horticulture, Government of West Bengal, ICAR, NAHEV. He was also involved in establishment of quality control laboratory in UBKV for pesticide residue analysis and other quality parameters. He has published more than 50 research papers of national and international reputed journals, 7 book chapters, and quite a few number of popular articles. So he is the fellow of several societies of different scientific communities of India. So he is a very energetic young fellow, and he is actively performing so many aspects related to these bioactive molecules in this university. So I request Dr. Pradut Kumar Pal to talk on that. His topic is bioactive compounds, classification, functions, and applications. So Professor Pal, please.
Thank you, Professor Mukhopadhyay, for this exaggerated introduction of myself. Very good afternoon to all of the participants. I'm really thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to deliver some of the experience that I have acquired while working with the foods and vegetable particularly. Basically, today we'll be delivering on a subject which is, it's a very wide subject, and it's very difficult to justify within a very time limit of 30 minutes or so. But I'll try to explain something about the bioactive compounds, their importance in health promotion, as well as their extraction techniques that normally gives basically economic importance of these compounds in food system as well as pharmaceutical system. Basically, as we understand, bioactive compounds are those compounds which are phytochemicals which produce in the plants, but not having nutritional property, but having some health properties. And these bioactive compounds are basically they are secondary metabolites of the plant system as a defense function in plant body. However, when these are consumed in the body, consumed by a human being, they impart different kinds of physiological function that helps to protect our body from different non-chronic diseases. Next. So basically, I start with the issues of global health, where I just wanted to depict some of the statistics given by World Health Organization. See, non-communicable disease, or we say NCD, these are chronic diseases which kills around 40 million people each year. That is around 70% of the death that occurs globally. Now, these NCDs are mainly cardiovascular and chronic diseases, in addition to cancer, stroke, diabetes, and all these forms. Cardiovascular diseases that includes heart attack and stroke account for 17.7 million deaths each year, making it the most lethal disease globally. At the same time, cancer kills around 8.8 million people each year, whereas respiratory diseases claims around 3.9 million lives annually, and diabetes also with a morbidity rate of 1.6 million each year globally. Now, we are passing through a pandemic situation, what we call COVID-19 pandemic situation. So far in a year, almost a year now, we have lost lives to the tune of 1.5 million or a little bit over that. You can imagine the disease that has, widespread, concern in globally has much more less morbidity rate than these NCDs. The entire scientific group is involved in finding out the vaccines for that. Whereas the more lethal disease we can actually predict from this is that these NCDs. But and at the same time, it's not the vaccine discovery of a vaccine, but definitely this NCDs, scientific communities are working, say almost around more than 4 to 5 decades to find out solution so that the healthcare system of a country can be minimized, means the economic involvement of healthcare system in a country can be minimized through introduction of these bioactive compounds into the food, so that these NCDs can be managed. So this is one of the important aspects. That's why I wanted to highlight here. The next important aspect is, next please. Next. Okay. The next important point I want to discuss here is that global functional food market is 177,770 million in 2019 and is estimated to reach 267 billion by 2027 with a CAGR of 6.7%. This CAGR of 6.7% is quite high as compared to growth in any other sector of the food industry. At the same time, global bioactive ingredients market size is also valued at 27,000 million in 2020, which is expected to rise somewhere between 51,710 million by 2025 with a CAGR of 8.27%, which is again very high. Why I am discussing all this? Just to indicate that in one side, healthcare system is very much dependent upon these bioactive compounds. At the same time, the concern over the healthcare system promoting these bioactive compounds to be incorporated in the food system through functional food or say nutraceuticals. Both are used almost interchangeably, but there are some minor difference definitely. So this functional food market increase basically indicate us that this bioactive compound has a role in taking care of the health of the entire country. Now, this realization has occurred many days before, say somewhere in Japan, and they started registering functional food in the name of FOSHU, food of special health use. So it was started maybe somewhere in 1980s in Japan. So they identified that this special food can give much healthcare to the population of the country, so that the global, healthcare cost is reduced. Now, coming on to the classification of bioactive compounds, these phytochemicals or these chemicals, those are synthesized as a secondary metabolites in the plant, are very wide in nature. Means the array of these compounds are very wide in nature, and classification of this compound is also very difficult. However, there are some major classifications like polyphenols, carotenoids. Next. We have glucosinolates, saponins, phytosterol, alkaloid, to name some of these few major groups. Not limited to this, we also have say omega-3 fatty acids, which also has a great influence on the in healthcare system. Then also we have vitamins. So these are some phytochemicals, major group of phytochemical classification that we have. Now we'll be discussing one by one of these major classes. First thing is polyphenols. As we understand that these polyphenols are, as I said, they are mainly synthesized within the plant as a secondary metabolites. Basically, if we look at the structure of these polyphenols, they are chemically composed of an aromatic ring with some hydroxy substituent, which may be including some of the glucosides, or maybe esters, or maybe ethers, something like that. These groups of chemicals are further classified into benzoic acid derivatives, cinnamic acid derivative, flavones, flavonols, and anthocyanins. Now these polyphenols, you can look at the structure and can easily understand that these polyphenols, the chemical structure of these polyphenols are the basic structural component is that they have a conjugated double bond system, which is what it makes us very important compound, which can basically squench any of the ROS, reactive oxygen species, into its structure through resonance. So this presence of conjugated double bond system makes this polyphenol group of compound as a special compound which can take care of a lot of lot of health issues, including anti-inflammatory, maybe anti-carcinogenic. They take care of coronary heart diseases. So basically these compounds are wide in nature. They are classified as, again, benzoic acid derivative as having a single aromatic ring, and cinnamic acid derivative single aromatic ring with C3 substitution. Next, we also have flavonols. This is C6, C3, and C6 structure, basic structure. And we have a class of compound like myricetin, quercetin, luteolin, camphorol. So these are very important compounds as we consider our healthcare system. Similarly, we also have flavones. Next, we also have flavantriol and anthocyanin. Anthocyanin, as we understand, is again a very important compound which impart color to different fruits and vegetables, as well as in the flower species. They are again basically esterified to some of the sugar group. It could be glucose, it could be something like, say, galactose, rutin, and then maybe oligosaccharides as well. Depending upon that, they are classified as pelargonidine, cyanidine, purinidine, delphinidine, pitonidine, malvidine. And depending upon the substitution, the shade of color they produce are with the substitution, the color of the shade is deeper and deeper. Next, please. The next important class of bioactive compounds is carotenoids, which basically are C40 compound composed of 8 isoprene unit, C5H8 unit, which join head to tail or tail to tail arrangement to give a molecule like alpha carotene, beta carotene, and lycopene. And one of the structural importance here, again, you can see the conjugated double bond system, which indicate that these compounds are also capable of scavenging lot of reactive oxygen species in the body, benefiting to the extent of any kind of anti-inflammatory or proliferative diseases like cancer and all. And one important aspect here is if we look at the structure of alpha carotene, at both ends we have two beta ion ring, which basically gives us the pro-vitamin A activity, which helps us in defending, say, generative diseases. So in these carotenoids again are classified into two different groups. One is carotene and another one is xanthophylls. In most cases, these carotenoid groups are mostly fat solubles, with xanthophylls somewhat more polar than simple carotene. Xanthophylls are oxygenated carotenoids. You can see, like, say, beta cryptoxanthin, cafxanthin, lutein. These are all xanthophylls, which basically again act similar as a scavenging reactive oxygen species. Next, please. Next important group is sulfur containing group, glucosinolate, or they are also called sulfur containing bioactive compounds. This glucosinolate is basically characteristics of family like say crucifery and Alliaceae. So most of the cabbage or say Brussels sprout or cauliflower, they contain a lot of glucosinolate. These are compounds having a beta D glucose, thioglucose, along with a the aldoxamine, and also a side chain basically derived from different kinds of amino acids, like it could be a phenylalanine, it could be a methionine, and it could be some any branch amino acid can contribute to the side chain of the compound. But these glucosinolate precursor, they basically stay in a different compartment when the tissues are basically disrupted. So the enzymes myrosinase basically act upon this, both the substrate and the enzyme myrosinase basically stay in different compartment. When they come together, they produce a intermediate. They cleave the glycoside bond, and then they create the intermediate, which ultimately rearrange itself to give isothiocyanate derivatives, which basically have a benefiting properties. Now these isothiocyanates, they basically upregulate the detoxifying enzymes like say glutathione ACE transferase. So by doing this, they basically act as an anti-proliferating agent in the body. Apart from this, there are different kinds of, in Allicin, particularly garlic and onion, we know that a compound called allin, which is nothing but allyl cysteine sulfoxide, which also contribute to the different kinds of thiosulfonate, which also act as anti-proliferating agent in healthcare system. Next, please. Another important group is phytosterol. Phytosterol are a group of compound again normally seen in cruciferous vegetables, which is structurally similar to the cholesterol, but these phytosterol, they have a affinity towards micella that is formed in the small intestine while digesting cholesterol. Now, as we understand, this cholesterol from the diet source mostly comes from the animal sources. When it reaches to our gut in the intestine, they form a micella before being absorbed from the small intestine. Now, presence of this phytosterol in the diet, basically what happens, this phytosterol preferably incorporated into the micella as compared to the cholesterol from the diet, which is of animal origin. This result in low uptake of cholesterol from animal origin. Thus, this phytosterol, they helps in reducing the absorption of cholesterol of animal origin, resulting into health benefit, which occurs from consumption of cholesterol. And most importantly, this cholesterol, absorption is preferential over LDL and total cholesterol only, so that the HDL absorption is not hampered. Therefore, the HDL-LDL balance is basically benefited from incorporation of phytosterol into the diet. Now you can see here different kinds of brassicas-sterol, stigmasterol, and another group. This sterol group is basically they are basically having double bond, but another group called stalone, which does not have these are saturated cholesterol, so they don't have any double bond group. However, these stanols, they are basically slowly absorbed as compared to this phytosterol like brassicas-sterol or stigmasterol. So this compound basically helps in help in health system. How? Because they preferentially go into the micella over LDL cholesterol, thereby increasing the balance of LDL to HDL to LDL cholesterol. Next, please. Another important group is alkaloid. Alkaloid are basically that group which have a nitrogen into the heterocyclic ring, and this nitrogen basically derived from different kinds of amino acids, and those alkaloids which derive the nitrogen from the amino acid, we call them true alkaloid. There are different classification. One is proto-alkaloid. They derive amino acid but do not have a nitrogen ring in the heterocyclic ring. We also have pseudo-alkaloids like say caffeine. They are not derived from the amino acid but have a nitrogen in the heterocyclic ring. And there are some false alkaloid. They are not alkaloid but gives positive reaction for alkaloid reagent. So these are the 4 different kinds of alkaloid that we have. Now we have given some structure of alkaloid like say theobromine, piperine, capsaicin. As you know, this occurs in fruits of Solanaceae group of chili. Another very important group of alkaloid that we talk about is we mostly call them as a chromoalkaloid. One is valgaxanthin and betaine or beta-cyanine. Now, valgaxanthin is basically they give yellow shade into the food material, whereas beta-cyanine gives red shade into the food system, mostly present in say beetroot. So they give the ratio of valgaxanthin to beta-cyanine basically gives what shade of color the compound will give. Now again, from these compound you can understand that they also are having a conjugated double bond system, and also that they are very much water soluble compound. Why I am saying they are water soluble or polar compound or they are lipophilic? Because this chemical property ultimately going to affect the extraction process and the choice of a solvent while we are going to extract them. Next important. Okay, next important group of bioactive compound, we termed it as the dietary fibers. They basically protect the colon health. This is a classification of dietary fiber given by Dhingra, and it is widely accepted. Basically, it also has a 2 fraction. One is water soluble fraction or less fermented. I mean, these dietary fiber are fermented at the large intestine by the gut microflora. This water insoluble fraction, that is cellulose, hemicellulose, or lignin, they are less fermented, whereas the pectin, gum, and mucilage and some resistant starch, they are basically fermented by the gut microflora. Next, please. Again, this one is given by American Association of Cereal Chemists. This is a constituent, what basically constitute dietary fiber. So mostly this is cellulose, hemicellulose. In hemicellulose, arabinoxylan and arabinogalactans are important. Polyfructose like inulin and oligofructans, galacto-oligosaccharides, gums, mucilage, and pectins. They are non-starch polysaccharide or resistant polysaccharide. They constitute the dietary fiber along with analogous carbohydrate like indigestible dextrin, mostly resistant maltodextrin or portodextrin, polydextrose, methyl cellulose, lignin, and some oxases, phytate, cutin, saponin, suberin, and tannins. They contribute to the dietary fiber fraction. Next, please. Coming on to the extraction technique of this particular, bioactive compounds, here it is very important to mention that these bioactive compounds are located in a very specialized compartment within the cell structure. So the first basic thing we need to understand that we need to degenerate this compartment, the compartment membrane, or say destabilize this compartment membrane either mechanically or by changing the chemical property of the membrane. Now, in both the cases, either we use some kind of physical, forces to disrupt the membrane where it is located, or to destabilize by using a chemical, particularly, it could be something like, say, organic acid, or decreasing the pH of the, extraction media. So the first, we need to understand that to liberate these phytochemicals, we need to destabilize the compartment membrane. Second important thing is that what is the solubility of the compound? Whether the compound, targeted compound, is a non-polar compound or a polar compound. Depending upon that, we need to select a particular solvent for extracting this. So with these two understanding, and to know and to understand that and to realize that the extraction procedure must be efficient enough so that the maximum bioactive compounds are liberated into the solvent that is being used for extracting this. So how to do that? It could be, as I said, physical and chemical. So, and for that, we need to have an intimate contact between the, the matrix and the solvent that is being used. So the first thing in extracting these particular bioactive compounds, the first we need to understand the bioactive compound first. Now, if we don't know what is the bioactive compound in that, and we don't have a picture of the chemical property of the bioactive compound, so initially, as in most cases, what we do is we start with water. We see whether we can characterize the compound from the water extract. If we cannot characterize the compound from the water extract, that means we do not get the bioactive compound in the water extract sufficient amount so that we can characterize. Then we should follow by increasing polarity. We can use hexane, then we can use methanol, we can use dichloromethane. Like that, we can go from water, start with water, then increase the solvent with increasing polarity. For those compounds where we cannot characterize, or we don't have a target compound, we don't have a characterization of the target compound. If we have a compound which is already characterized and the target compound is very well known, then we can easily select a solvent which is most suitable for extracting that particular chemical. The first step in extraction is the sample preparation, that is the preparation of the plant material from where we are going to extract. And those include maceration, infusion or decoction, milling, size reduction. So these are the first initial step where we ensure that the plant matrix is sufficiently in small size so that it can directly interact with the extracting media. So that is the first thing that we need to do. And then we need to select a proper solvent. Now, again, here, first thing is, as I said, the solvent has to be, compatible. The bioactive compound must be soluble into the solvent being chosen. Second important thing, how to disrupt that, membrane. So for that, we have different techniques. Those are being utilized. First thing what we do is we increase the temperature of the solution, temperature of the solvent. But in most cases, if we increase the temperature of the solvent, the bioactive compound may not be thermally stable. So we may end up losing the bioactive compound. So there are different kinds of technique which does not involve much heating, like say ultrasound assisted extraction, where basically the ultrasound, because of its cavitation effect, because of compression and radification of the wave, we can basically physically disrupt the membrane. We have supercritical fluid extraction, which is it's a state of carbon dioxide. Normally we use carbon dioxide at a temperature beyond 31 degrees centigrade, or say pressure of around 7.4 say megapascal. The carbon dioxide stay both in liquid and gaseous phase. Now, as we understand, liquid carbon dioxide basically have a low diffusivity into the tissue, whereas supercritical fluid extraction, supercritical carbon dioxide has a diffusivity 10 times more than what liquid carbon dioxide has. So diffusivity of the solvent into the matrix is very important, and to enhance that, we can use supercritical fluid extraction so that the solvent diffuse into the tissue and take out the bioactive compound. In many cases, we use pressurized liquid extraction again to enhance the diffusivity of the solvent into the matrix. We use hydrotropic extraction where we use different kinds of salts. Say sodium salicylate, maybe sodium cumin sulfonate. Like that, we can use different kinds of salt so that the extraction efficiency of the solvent is improved. In many cases, we use enzyme-assisted extraction to disrupt the cell wall, like say cellulase or maybe pectinase kind of enzyme can be used so that the cell wall is disrupted and the bioactive compound is liberated much easily into the solvent. So this is the initial step of extraction. Then we go for further purification of the solvent through liquid extraction or the solid phase extraction, gel filtration or phase trafficking. With this, once we get a pre-concentrated sample, we can go for characterization of this molecule. So with this, I end my talk about bioactive compounds, their classification, and how this classification or chemical nature of this compound can help us in understanding the extraction process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pal. You have very nicely elaborated and figured out the global demand of bioactive compounds and its direct or indirect relations to the healthcare system. Maybe the compounds, the polyphenol alkaloids, omega-3 fatty acids, anthocyanins, and which are related to the diseases, and also some compounds like alkaloids, phytosterols, etc., which are of very importance at these situations, and also the dietary fibers also. Also, you have pointed out the extraction techniques of bioactive compounds, maybe conventional, maybe non-conventional. I think this indirectly has given a message for us, and particularly the participants, the students who are working on that and will be working on that. So as we are running out of time, I can invite one or two questions from the participants if you want to ask Professor Pal. So it is invited from your side. Any questions, queries from the participants? Okay, then we may move on to the second lecture to be delivered by Dr. Pranab Kumar Mondal, Principal Scientist, NIPB. He will be talking on immunogenetic proteins in wheat and managing them through genetic manipulations. Dr. Pranab Kumar Mondal graduated from the erstwhile North Bengal campus of Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya during 1984 to 1988. He then moved to Indian Agriculture Research Institute, IARI, New Delhi, for his master's and doctoral studies from Division of Biochemistry. He did his PhD under the guidance of famous biochemist, Professor S.L. Mehta, former DDG Education and Vice Chancellor of MPUAT, Udaipur, on neurotoxin-free Lathyrus cultivar development. After that, he joined ARS service in ICAR and served in many institutes in different capacities, namely IGFRI Jhansi, IIOPR, AWG AP, and presently serving as Principal Scientist at National Institute of Plant Biotechnology, New Delhi. He is actively involved with handling of many prestigious projects like ICAR, CEMIT, DBT, Indo-UK collaborative projects, to name a few. and has published several research articles in reputed national and international journals. He is fellow of the Society of Agricultural Biochemistry, India, and also editorial board member of Journal of Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology. He is presently serving as Joint Secretary of prestigious Society of Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology, New Delhi. So we have also cut short his CV a little bit. There are long to say. So I request Dr. Pranab Kumar Mandal to deliver his talk. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Dean. I don't deserve because all this. I am just a teacher and a scientist at NIPB, and whatever responsibilities are given, I do that. So I have shared my screen. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Clearly.
So I'm making it full screen. Right. Today I'm just going to talk about something which we are working on for last 5 years. And today morning sessions, Dr. Tripathi, when he was talking about that medicinal plants, and one of the participants asked the questions that IRI, one student, suppose he is isolating the compound, and how it will be, how means will be knowing whether the other compounds are there or not, for bioactivity and all. It was very relevant, as he told, if there is a university, basically when it is a university, or when you are going abroad and seeing the university is there, everything is there together in one umbrella. But here, since we have a lot of institutes, unless and until we collaborate, it is very difficult. And that way it is relevant, and probably such kind of program in first time in ICR under the biofortification program, National Institute of Nutrition is there. But at the same time, this is a program where we are actually working together with AIMS and National Institute of Immunology also. So this is a talk which is immunogenic proteins in wheat and managing them through genetic manipulation. I am only going to talk about the plant perspective. This project is this is basically a project which I am coordinating for last, as I told, for last 5 years, and a little more than 5 years, and ICR is funding that. Before that, we had a program of the same team for around an year by DBT. The very purpose of telling that, I'm not going very deep into that. I'll just want to tell the way we work, and then ultimately how the team is very important. At the same time, anti-nutritional factors are very important to remove for increasing the nutritional quality. Coming to the wheat, actually wheat is having a bit of problem, So the problem is wheat, everybody cannot tolerate. Even my mother has some problem, and many of the people are having a problem in digestion. They have some kind of uncomfortableness too. There can be a very, very serious sort of a problem, which is called celiac disease, which is an autoimmune disease. So these are the different negative responses due to wheat. And this is very obvious. Just now, even Dr. Tripathi was telling, and you all know that when there is a storage, you have to have a security. So the grains which are rich in proteins, naturally there will be an inhibitor for that proteases. Otherwise, they will get degraded. When there is starch, there will be inhibitors for that starch degradation, means like a amylase inhibitor. So this array of anti-nutritional factor which we are calling, they are basically not anti-nutritional factor. They are the protective or a defense for the plant storage. Plant never produce grains for us to eat. Plant produce grains as a nutrient reservoir for their next progeny to nurture. Now, in between, if it goes, then how it works? And because of that, pulses are rich in proteins. So naturally, trypsin inhibitor has to be there. That is how it goes. Wheat is rich in starch, as well as almost around 10% of protein is there, which is gluten. And very interestingly, if you have anybody has seen the gluten, like you take a dough of wheat and then put it in water, you'll be able to see that sort of a chewing gum kind of thing is coming. First time when I was seeing, I was shocked. Wheat is like this, and you cannot actually do anything with that. That will be how much ever you wash, it will not be soluble, and it becomes like typically like a chewing gum. But then wheat is wheat. No other cereal is having the property of wheat. That is because of the gluten content in wheat. So gluten content in the wheat, it makes a unique property. Whole world is depending on that gluten, where we make biscuit, where we make bread, where we make chapati, only because of that. But at the same time, it is having anti-nutritional factor for a selected population. That is one part, gluten. But recently it has come to the picture that there is something called amylase trypsin inhibitor. There's a single protein, small protein, which is same protein is working as a amylase inhibitor, at the same time trypsin inhibitor. And this is the primary trigger for this celiac disease. So there are two aspects of our program. One, we are trying to develop some wheat variety through the IRI colleagues, where we wanted to have less immunogenic wheat, means less immunogenic gluten containing wheat. At the same time, we just wanted to remove this amylase trypsin inhibitor from the wheat. So since gluten is very important for the processing property, for chapati making, for biscuit making, so if the amylase trypsin inhibitor is removed, then probably even the gluten is there, it may not actually do that harm. So both the approaches are there, and our colleagues or our partners are like AIMS and NII, because it is a human disease. So naturally, medicos has to be there. This program I got involved only because of Dr. Makaria, who is the senior professor of gastroenterology at AIMS. He was managing, means for his patients, this celiac disease for years together. So almost for 20 years, he is the task force member of celiac disease throughout India. And internationally, he is known. But he was looking for the plant scientist who can actually handle or manage a little bit of the plant. So that is how we came last 5 years, 5-6 years back. At the same time, we have to see the immunogenicity. So that's the best institute is National Institute of Immunology. That's how we came. So I'll tell in single line what actually their job is, because they are doing the work which we also really don't understand in deep. But then I'll be telling that. So what happens in case of celiac disease, the left portion of this picture, if you see, the villi is like this in our intestine. When celiac becomes, it becomes plain. So there won't be anything absorbed, and severe stomach pain starts coming. And there is something called human leukocyte antigen, which is a T cell receptor. Basically, this is called antigen presenting cell. I'm not making it very complicated. Usually T cell, little bit of immunology is involved in that, but whoever knows or studied immunology, they know that there's something called antigen presenting cell. Because in case of a B cell, directly antigen goes, but then in case of T cell, somebody has to present them, and those antigen presenting cell will be having a cell proteins, means cell surface protein. They are called human leukocyte antigen, and there are different alleles. If the alleles are DQ2 and DQ8 and or means both can be, or any one of them, then the person is celiac positive. Always symptom doesn't come. So this is what happens. And then why it happens, so means what happens to those kind of people who are having DQ2, DQ8, what happens, usually this gluten is rich with, name itself suggests that glutamine and proline is rich. So glutamine and proline rich, there are not many enzymes, or there is no enzymes which can completely clips into small amino acids. So small peptides it forms, and those peptides becomes immunogenic. So this is basically the background of the disease and the problem which we are trying to solve. So what is the option? One is you remove the gene from a human being, which is not at all possible. And the other option is to tackle the grains. So that is how we came into picture. And then that is how 4 institute together we are doing. And as I told already, that gluten and ATI, we are trying to, initially we were dealing with the first 2-3 years, we are dealing with the gluten, how to reduce that, how to reduce the immunogenicity of the gluten. Of late, we came to know that there is a molecule which is called ATI, and we focused more on ATI also. So I'm just coming. In IRI, it is typically breeding for low gluten or low immunogenic wheat lines. So what IRI is doing is, basically we got some psychogenetic stock. Before that, I just want to say that those immunogenicity is mainly because of gliadin. So wheat is having gluten. Gluten is composed of gliadin and glutenin. Both are immunogenic, but that gly genes are present in chromosome 6 and chromosome 1 of A genome and D genome. The strategy is we are trying to make a durum wheat, in the sense we are trying to make a wheat which is devoid of D genome, so that the D problem has already gone. Now we are actually focusing on A and B genome, which is having, wheat is having actually allohexaploid, so naturally AABBDD. So we are going to develop a AABB wheat, where we are trying to remove the portion of gly1 and gly2 loci. So for that, we have got the cytogenetic stocks from Japan. And then this is a typical breeding program. Through that, what we are slowly coming is we are removing this 1A and 6A long arm. So the lines what we got is ditylosomic line and nullitetrasomic line. Ditylosomic line means we have got the short arm removed, A, 1A and 6A. At the same time, we have got the nullitetrasomic, where the A is replaced with B. So it is actually BB. So I'm not going, it is not very difficult. The slides are all there. So if you see, you will be able to understand that it is typical Mendelian cross. And through that, when it goes, we finally goes to 1A and 6A genes. And this is the strategy. Finally, we make the lines where we'll be dividing off that short term of 1 and 6. And then finally, we are expecting that the wheat which we'll be having will not have much immunogenicity. So after that, the work comes to us, like NRCPB and or NIPB, and then it goes to NII and AIMS. I'll tell what we do, but then now come next to, so this program, as I told, that it's 5 years program. We have already that the stage. It is difficult actually, since it is a what is called cytogenetic stock. Getting seed was difficult, and then it is survival was difficult. Somehow it was with a great effort we did it. At present, we have BC1 F6 plants, and we have they slowly after backcrossing, we got the blood of our Indian Durum lines, HI lines, and then from there now it is okay. We have considerable number of seeds also. Next generation means this season it has been put, so the seeds will be coming it to us within few days, few seeds for characterization. So what is our work is isolation, characterization of that immunogenic peptides, and then of course cloning the genes of immunogenic peptides. And second job what we are supposed to do is we wanted to screen the wheat lines, whatever is happening is there, whether they are low, more immunogenic or less immunogenic in terms of ATI. And the third part what we are planning, and already we initiated, is we wanted to knock down the amylase trypsin inhibitor gene through genome editing. So now coming to that, here it like as we are more focusing on the techniques, here it comes a technique which is age old, almost 1924. That means 100 years old. A technique is how relevant till today. So we usually isolate that gliadin through alcohol. The biggest problem of that is there are around 150 odd polypeptides present in this gluten, and they so tightly bind together. There is no technique that you can separate all polypeptides, not possible. So we fractionate. So this is a recent reference. I just picked one to show that it looks like that. And there are several gliadin proteins present in that. So what we did is we actually, this is not soluble in water, so it is in alcohol. The biggest problem is it is soluble in alcohol, but then immediately you remove the alcohol. After that, again, when you are putting in water, it's not soluble. So to give those gluten for testing whether they are immunogenic with the cell lines, we have to have only the aqueous solutions. We cannot do it in alcohol. So because of that, what we were slowly trying is, and we have standardized it, we are using the HPLC, which actually is today's practical class. So there we standardized. It took almost 3 to 4 months time after we got the HPLC. And with that, this is a column specification. With in the subsequent lecture, more detail it is there. I'm not going into that. So this is the column. This is the different kind of solvent what we use. We use a gradient. So water TFA and acetonitrile TFA we are using. And this is the gradient program with that flow rate. It is not very relevant here, but then the techniques are extremely important for that. Now what is happening means what happens, we could separate. This is our gluten. So there are different fractions, and this is omega, this is omega 5, this is omega 1 and 2, this is alpha and this is alpha and beta, and this is gamma. And glutenin also we have done. So there are different fractions. Now our what is our job? We wanted to know whether each fraction is immunogenic or not. So every fractions are actually collected separately, and then it has been lyophilized, and we are sending it to NII, National Institute of Immunology. There they take the cell lines from AIMS, from the biopsies of those celiac patients, and those cell lines are tested with this, adding this different fractions, and then which fraction is more immunogenic. Now this is in case of a hexaploid standard wheat. But now the works, as it is started, and as IRI already started developing the wheat lines, which is actually IRI has already started with the wheat, which is actually less immunogenic. So we have to get all the material and we have to fractionate them, and we are doing that. Fractionate them, lyophilize them, and put it there. Now at the same time, means as you are seeing that basically it is having a tetraploid and hexaploid. Wheat is a hexaploid. At the same time, tetraploid is there. So it is having a genome, B genome, and D genome. We procured lots of diploid progenitors, which is only A genome, which is only B genome, which is only D genome, at the same time tetraploid also. But then 40 diploid progenitors, and growing them is very tough. It doesn't grow first 2 years, we could not. Then for last 5-6 years we are growing them, and they are the progenitors of wheat. You see how it looks, first 3. So they are the different wheat progenitors. So we are characterizing them also, and we studied those the genes or the proteins which are actually getting expressed during the grain development, 2 weeks after anthesis to 5 weeks after anthesis. And this is a recent publications of ours where we have actually did a transcriptome, and through that we saw that nutrient reservoir, carbohydrate metabolism, and the defense protein, which are actually expressing more in different wheat genotypes, means like a diploid, tetraploid, and hexaploid. And of that, this part, last one, defense protein is extremely important, because defense in terms of defense for the plants, and which is anti-nutritional factor for us. Now coming to that, again, we are seeing the gliadin profile, means like gluten, different fractions when you are doing that gliadin profile of A genome, B genome, and D genome. From there, you can very well see there the gliadin pattern itself is different in different genotypes. Means like A genome it is different, B genome it is different, and D genome it is different. Now, as I was telling, that after getting this, each fraction or each peak we had to collect. So this is HPLC, which next in the practical it will be shown. But then the important part for us was the fraction collector, because we have to program and tell that this is the particular fraction which we want. Like this is my retention time. So from here to here I want, then here to here I want. So after that, actually we do the lyophilizing, and then it becomes a lyophilized powder. And that powder usually means we are sending it to NII, right? The other part is amylase trypsin inhibitor. As I was telling, this is basically amylase trypsin inhibitor. As I told, there are many. There are many means there are around 7 already reported which are immunogenic, and they can be monomeric, they can be homodimeric, or can be heterotetrameric. In that heterotetramer, 2 molecules of CM3, CM actually says as chloroform. Just one second. So CM here represents as chloroform methanol. So this is a chloroform methanol extract, and accordingly the ATIs are named internationally as CM1, CM2, CM3, and then different fractions as 0.53, 0.91. These 0.53, 0.91s are the names of different ATIs. So 2 molecules of CM3, 1 molecule of either CM1 and CM2, and 1 molecule of CM16 or CM17. So now suppose we wanted to inactivate this. Either if you just do CM3 inactivation, you will not get any heterotetrameric because it will not work. But then these two has to be tackled separately. We have characterized this ATI in a genome, B genome, D genome thoroughly. After that, actually what we did, we have done a little bit in silico work. We have cloned all the ATIs. The purpose was, and then we have seen the expression of them during gain development in A genome, B genome, D genome, as well as tetraploid and hexaploid. Here you can see that, here you can see that tetraploid and hexaploid shows the expression of those ATIs much more. The green shows the more expression than any of that A, B, D genome separately. So naturally that cultivated wheats, which is tetraploid, durum wheat, and this our bread wheat, which is much more immunogenic. So this is what basically first characterization. Then what we wanted to do is either we purify this ATI, or we purify this ATI completely, or we actually want to clone in a heterologous system. In the sense, we have cloned that gene, those genes we wanted to express in E. coli, and then we purify those protein. From there, we just wanted to make the antibodies with the help of NII, and those antibodies will be used for screening the wheat genotypes. Initially, we were thinking individual ATIs will be cloning, and then everything will be expressing. But then finally, we thought our purpose is to get total ATI. So this is heterologous expression of ATI. So this has to be purified and then sent to NII, and then we actually make the antibodies, and then we do the ELISA for screening the wheat. But then we thought it is individually, instead of doing, because we are not going for monoclonal, it is better to purify the ATI together. These are different ATIs. It is a bit faint, got over, means destained little more. So different ATIs. So when we ran in HPLC, we saw that all ATIs comes together. We are not much bothered to separate them. We will separate for characterization and for publication. But then this fraction we wanted to collect, and then lyophilized, which contains all 7 ATIs. And then we just wanted to give to NII for making the antibodies through the rabbit. And the other part, this is the last slide of mine, that all the 7 ATIs, we have already made the construct for genome editing. So that gRNA already been done. We have already made the cassette, and now we are doing the transformation in wheat. Wheat transformation is a bit challenging. If it would have been rice, maybe we would have got the plant by this time. But one of my PhD student is working on that. He had been recently to a specialized lab in Northern State for training. And with that, we are actually trying to inactivate the ATI molecules, so that basically ATI is getting inactivated, primary trigger is not there. So even the gluten is present, it may not be having the immunogenic effect. So that is what we are doing. I have already mentioned that they are actually monitoring the celiac patient, and since it is genetically indisposed disease, their relatives monitoring is very, very important. In your family, somebody is having a celiac disease, you should check all the family members whether they are having this DQ2, DQ8 alleles there or not. They are supplying the biopsies to NII, and they are doing the basic studies on celiac. NII, naturally, they are helping us in production of antibodies. At the same time, all the immunogenic study as and when we give it. So our major target for this program is development of low immunogenic wheat, development of transgene-free genome-edited wheat, because genome editing, the biggest advantage is it will not be a transgenic. There won't be any gene present there. And then purification of ATI and production of antibodies, then fractionation of polypeptides from the all low immunogenic wheat, and their immunogenicity study for confirmation validation through T-cell elicitation. This is in NII, and basic studies which AIMS is going to do on toll-like receptor. Don't bother much because it is more of a medical basic studies. And then finally, the development of wheat end product safe for people suffering from the wheat immunogenicity. So that's all it is. I profusely thank DG-ICR, DDG Crop Sciences, ADG, who actually perceived this idea that we have to work together with the institute who are completely divergent type, which are not only doing the agriculture, and the problems are not with the crop or not with the human being. It is a combination of that. And I also thank the coordinator of this biofortification program, Dr. C.N. Nijja, and then director NIPB, all the partners, SRF, YP. It is just overview of that. This is a quite big program. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mandal, for very nice and very synaptic work that you and your team is doing in IRI on these immunogenetic proteins in wheat. Sometimes I also feel wonder that I basically is fond of taking some wheat products, and that may promote to this kind of celiac disease, which is increasing. You have mentioned that is very alarming, which has some anti-nutritional factors involved in it. And you are working on these amylase trypsin inhibitor, ATIs genes, and reducing these ATIs genes and the cloning of these ATIs genes is a very unique area of research. And I think these are very wonderful kind of work that you are that is going on in the IRI. And I think this can be taken care of in near future so as to produce the less immunogenetic proteins in wheat for the subsequent years to come. And also you have mentioned the treatment options and the gluten content that is present in the wheat and the cytogenetic stocks that you are procuring from Japan itself. And also the genome editing, that is another important arena of work, the genome editing and the polypeptide profiles you have also mentioned. Also, I am not expert on these lines, but I understand that the kind of work and particularly this gluten protein present in the wheat has a more to work on this in terms of our health perspectives. So thank you very much, Frank. Now I invite one or two questions that from the student side, the participants will ask to Dr. Mondal, please. So you can have a good opportunity to ask questions and queries on this aspect. It's a very new kind of work. So please interact with Dr. Mondal. From the student side, I specifically invite the students. The program is for yours specially. So please interact, Dr. Mondal, if you have any suggestions, questions, queries on this aspect. Okay, if there is none, I think you can have in touch with Dr. Mondal if you desire or if you want to work on these aspects in future. Now I request Dr. Pandit, the HOD Department of Biochemistry, and to summarize the programs, so concluding remarks. Dr. Pandit, please.
So the two speeches of the first day's technical program have been done. In the first one, Dr. Pradyut Pal has given some idea about the types of bioactive compounds present in the plants. I think that one will be of very help to the students particularly to understand about the bioactive compounds present in the plant families as well as their importance and their also he has mentioned the extraction methods. Although it is very difficult to discuss all these things in a short span of half an hour or 40 minutes time, but still Dr. Pradyut Pal has described it very efficiently, I shall say. It will require further discussion to understand it in a more elaborate manner. So I think by this short discussion, our participants, particularly the students, have gathered some preliminary idea or basic idea about the bioactive compounds or the secondary metabolites which are present in different plant families and their importance. Actually, the isolation or characterization or their efficacy study, it takes a very long time. It's a time-taking process, as I have experienced earlier. The young researchers who are thinking to work in this field may plan in this way so that they can work in this way. And the next, the last one that is given by Dr. Pranam Mandal. About his speech, I have nothing to say. Only what I shall say that he has very vibrantly presented the very intricate things about his research program. And from his research, from his speech or lecture presentation, we can get some idea about the depth of work that can be done in the field of these bioactive compounds or nutraceuticals or plant secondary metabolites. So Dr. Mandal, you have presented very nicely, and I'm seeing you as vibrant as your student days. So I hope your early recovery from your present illness. So with this, I thank to all of you and all participants, and we are going to end this session. After this session, there will be another practical session about which our Dr. Nandita Madam will announce. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman of the session, convener of the session, and rapporteur of the session. Now we will move ahead to the next activity of the workshop and the most important activity of the workshop, which is the practical on hands-on training of high performance liquid chromatography. Before we go to the laboratory, Dr. P.K. Mondal is with us to give an initial idea about the principle and application of this technique, and then we will move ahead to the machine room and we will see how the machine works. I would like to invite Dr. P.K. Mondol, Principal Scientist, NRCPB, to start with the session with elaborated idea about HPLC, which will help the students. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Nandita. Before I start, in between, I just want 2 minutes break. I have to get some hot water. I'll get it. But then before that, I just wanted to tell all the students, this is not a seminar. And some of the participants are my already old students, so they might have an idea the way I take class. It is not that I know everything and you don't know anything. So Somnath is also so what I actually suggest is you can interrupt at any point of time. The very purpose of this workshop is for you. It is just not for my sake doing something. I am sitting here with all this difficulty. That is mainly because if I can do something good for you, all the slides what I'll be presenting here, it's for you. You can take your classes, you can use them any time you want to do, because they are for the teachers and they are for the students. And more than that, I am telling you, any questions, if you just feel that you have to ask, you ask. Most of the cases what happens, students feels that pata nahi ye shayad sabko pata hoga, means like kind of thing it is. You keep thinking that probably I am the only one who doesn't know. I can guarantee you most of the people don't know the answer which you don't know. So you can very openly ask, and your question will not only help you, it will help many of the people. So I'll just 1 second. So just give me 1 minute. I'll just little take hot water, and I'll just get back. 1 second.
So when Mandal sir is not here, just I want to share with the participants that we will be running our practical classes. That first there will be a theory portion, just because we notice that the groups or the participants who have registered for this session, for this workshop, they are coming from very heterogeneous background. So just to have knowledge about these basic principles of the instruments, so we will conduct one theory session, and then after that we will be showing you a online video which we have prepared in our laboratory. And then we will be doing interaction with you, and whatever questions you are having, what you can do, you can simultaneously watching the video as well as during the theory class, you can write in the chat box. Please listen carefully. Whatever questions are coming to your mind or you want to answer, just you write in the chat box, so that we are moderating from here what you are writing, so that we will be coming back to your question whenever the video is done, and then we will try to answer your queries, and if not, Sir is also there, so we will be answering your questions. Okay, so with this I request Pranab sir to start his presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. So basically our this workshop is around 3 major equipment. One is HPLC, another is GCMS, and another is AS. Now first two are basically the part of chromatography. So naturally we have to start with chromatography, right? So I'm just sharing the screen. Probably I'll take around 20 minutes or so. This will help you rest of the things when you are taken to the lab, when you see the other things. Few of the things which are actually will be complementing. Moreover, there are a little bit of repetition is there, but repetition is always good in a class or a training. You know, sometimes you are especially in when you are doing an online kind of a course, I know very well that you are not fully attentive. It is what happens many of the cases. You are there, and then there will be distraction. You are at home. Yeah, somebody else is there outside. It happens so. But then this is perfectly okay. I am starting with that. My screen is Shane.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. So basically, what is a problem in case of a biological science is separating the compounds. So separation, purification, and identification. This is our biology. Most of the things in research revolves around this. Understood? Not at all. But without that, any of the biological science researcher who is working, they will not be able to do that. So in general, there are many other methods also. So of that, most convenient method is chromatography. And I made it very colorful. That's because chroma means color. You'll be seeing in the subsequently also that why it is called chromatography, because the person who has first time told that this is called chromatography, he used the color compounds. And it is not color compound as such. He was extracting the leaf by alcohol and putting inside the chalk powder column, and then he saw that color bands. So those bands, and you see it is 120 years back, 120 years back, and how relevant it is. And I'll tell you exactly the same practical I tell my students to do in my class, and they are amazed when Dr. Somnath and they will be talking about that. You will be knowing how important is when you are separating different solvents are. Different solvents are how important when you actually separate. So we'll be coming to that when you come to the practical classes as such. But then the definition wise, it is basically a partition or distribution. Can you mute other people? I'm just requesting you mute, otherwise sometimes disturbance is coming. Okay. So here it depends upon this KD. What is KD? The partition or distribution coefficient. So typically this is the concentration of a particular compound in a solvent and in other solvent. So if you read this, for a compound distributed itself between equal volumes of two immiscible solvent A and B, the value of this coefficient is a constant at a given temperature and given by the expression concentration in solvent A by concentration in solvent B. This is what we call it as KD, or distribution coefficient. So this is what happens. Now, when we are talking that between two immiscible solvent, it is not necessary that always it will be liquid. It can be solid, it can be gel, it can be semi-solid. So it can be like, as I put here, solid liquid, gas liquid kind of thing. And typically here we are going to see two chromatographies which is different kind of a mobile phase and stationary phases will be coming there. Now, these two immiscible phases which we are talking, here we are not talking anything about mobile phase or stationary phase. We are just taking two solvents and we are taking a separating funnel or something and mixing together one phase and second phase. There you are seeing that. But by that way, we will not be able to do that. No, so we have to take out one of the solvent. So what you are taking out again and again, if you are taking out, that is going off. So instead of one particular separating funnel again and again and again, instead of doing, you put it in some system where that separation takes place by its own. Now coming to this, suppose if they are equally distributed, then hence the distribution of the here we have given a if it is equally distributed, then 1 by 1, that means it is 1. But otherwise, suppose the distribution of compound X between two solvent, one is silicic acid, another is benzene, is 0.5. That means the concentration of the substance in the benzene is twice than that of the silicic acid, right? Now, one very important thing which we always forget is that when that silicic acid and benzenes are same volume, suppose 5 ml and 5 ml, then the concentration of that compound will be twice in silicic acid than benzene. But suppose you increase the benzene volume itself much more, so your total quantity of that will be much more. So effective distribution coefficient or partition coefficient is something which we have to actually practically bother. How much of the total volume of a particular solvent, when you are talking solvent here, you are just giving as a solvent, that is actually matters. So in this example, suppose Kd is 0.5 between silicic acid in benzene for compound X, which is equilibrated between 10 ml of A and 1 ml of B. So we are taking 10 ml of A in the sense silicic acid, and 1 ml of B is benzene. So total amount of A will be 10 units and total amount of B will be 2 units. So effective distribution coefficient becomes 5. So it was actually 0.5 between silicic acid and benzene. But when we are increasing the volume of silicic acid to 10 times, so naturally this 0.5 becomes 5. And that is the way even the solubility of a particular compound in a particular solvent is very less. In spite of that, you can completely purify that compound with the solvent by using more and more and more solvent. So this is one part. Now coming to the other part of that is chromatography. Why do we do? There are two purposes of that. One is analytical, in the sense we wanted to characterize, and for that we need more pure compounds, and then we wanted to know what is the property of them, all kind of thing. And the major cases we use is preparatory. We want the compound in our hand. We are not only we are not only characterizing or identifying, we are separating them, and then we are further using them. So chromatography is not only for the purpose of characterization, but it is for preparatory purpose also. This is a typical example. Different kind of bands in this. There is chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B, xanthophil, anthocyanin. There are many pigments. And why I showed you this, very interesting thing is, if you use a particular type of a solvent where the polarity is little more, there you see a different pattern, and just reverse and use a different kind of polarity, you will see the pattern is different. That's because due to this polarity, their extraction will be different, their migration will be different, and this banding pattern also will be different. Now, as coming to this, stationary phase is something which will be stationary, and mobile phase is something which will be keep on moving. Instead of taking one separating funnel, again and again you are taking out and again putting, instead of that, you put them in a particular system where the mobile phase will keep on coming and stationary phase will be static there. Now, how the compound is distributed between the stationary phase and mobile phase says how good your separation is going to be there. Now this distribution is depending upon many things. Many of the people get confused that this is called, we are doing a partition chromatography, we are doing a adsorption chromatography. Basically all chromatographies are we are doing by distribution between these two different phases. Now it can be based on this adsorption property, it can be based on their solubility. In case of a both liquid, it is called counter current chromatography. It can be partitioning which is in equilibrium between a stationary liquid and a mobile gas phase, where we use in case of a GLC. And it can be due to the ion exchange property. It can be due to the affinity. It can be due to the exclusion chromatography. Size exclusion chromatography means it is a gel filtration chromatography where it goes. I'm not going deep in detail into that, because each type of chromatography is having its own principle, but I'm telling this all comes under the chromatography. Now, basically, I am coming into the practical what we are planning actually. That is GCMS and HPLC. But before that, there are other types of chromatography which is called planar chromatography. That means it will be done in a plane. So usually thin layer chromatography and the paper chromatographies are coming into that. We spot it, and depending upon the movement of the spot, how much it has moved and how much your solvent front has moved, we calculate a retention factor, and by that way we identify. But that is not the talk for today, or that is not the scope of this workshop. So the major things which actually happening in case of our practical is column chromatography. So simple it is. There will be a column which is a tube, and in that we will be following that. It can be an open column which can where the flow can be through gravity, or where can be a pump attached, which is a medium pressure pump. Through that you can put a pressure, and through that it will be coming out. Now coming to this again more elaborated. Now I was just talking that you are taking a separating funnel and separating. Okay. So every time when you have a mobile phase and a stationary phase, there is a portion where they will equilibrate. The portion of the column where it gets equilibrated, that is called theoretical plates. Means how many times you are actually doing the separation. So the more the number of plates, so more the times you are actually separating. So more and more and more, if you are able to do, so more and more times you do, means more and more you can purify, or more and more you can separate. So this is overall means the terminology is called theoretical plates, which is called height equivalent theoretical plates. And if the number of plates are more, naturally your separation will be much better. This is already there in your practicals, but then again I am telling, suppose this is a column which we are assuming that there are 5 different places where it gets equilibrated. So it gets like this, gets distributed slowly and slowly, and you see that middle of the column, it is having the maximum amount. The very purpose of telling this is how your number of plates makes the separation. So here it is 5 columns, and here the compound is distributed from top to bottom. When the number of plates are 25, length is same, but your theoretical plates number is more, 25, then you will see that your compounds are only separated, means coming in a narrow zone. That means your peak will be very narrow, not so big. And then when it is 150, then you get a very, very narrow. So when you have 2 compounds, in case of theoretical plates, when it is 5, you get overlap. When it is 25, you get little overlap. But when it is 150, you see compound A and compound B is completely separated. So this is one of the example where you have a overlap, or where the number of plates are more, you get completely separated 2 compounds, right? And this is typically the number of plates it depicts. The broad one where you have n equal to 10, and then middle one which is n equal to 100, and you have a very narrow which is n equal to 1000. Few of the things may not be very clear at present, but then subsequently when you go, we'll tell in the classes. So height equivalent theoretical plate is very, very important, and the efficiencies of the column depends upon the number of plates. Okay, so increase the length of the column. If you increase the length of the column, it is very nice. It is impractical for many cases, but it is possible in some of the cases. Like in case of a GC, in your practical, what will be shown is a 30-meter columns. but I have a column which is 120 meters. So you have 30 meters, 45 meters, 60 meters. Only thing is cost will be huge, So if you have a bigger column, so naturally your number of plates will be more and your separation will be better. But in case of a HPLC, you don't have any scope of making the column too big. Maximum you can get 1 meter column, but usually we get around 1 feet column in case of HPLC. So other option is decrease the length of each plate. Okay, so decrease HETP. So in this, what are the factors actually it matters? One is factors for stationary phases. So there the particle size is one of the very important thing. Particle size of the stationary phase, reduce the particle size and it will increase the surface area. So naturally more and more your compound can be absorbed into that. So naturally it will improve the separation. So if you reduce the size, naturally your plate numbers gets increased. However, if you reduce the size of the particle, what happens? Your flow rate will be stopped. You are actually making very fine particles, so it will be almost like blocked, so it will not come at all. So what to do? To tackle this, we have to use a pressure. So you have to use a pump. Okay, and that is how actually high performance or high pressure liquid chromatography. So we use a pump. Now, once you use a pump, naturally your column will break. It is so much of pressure that glass column cannot withstand, even acrylic column cannot withstand. So you have to have a stainless steel column, and that is the reason. So what you do in case of a HPLC column, we have very, very finer particles to reduce the thickness of each plate so that we can accommodate more number of plates into that. And for that, to continue the flow, we have to have a high pressure pump, and then to maintain the column, we have to have the stainless steel column. Okay, so HPLC can be used very fine particles. It goes so high pressure pumps to push the mobile phase through the stationary phases, and columns are made of stainless steel. That's all it is. Other factors, it is like adsorbent activity, uniformity of the packing, and concentration of the mixture. They are all stationary phase properties. It all depends. Different stationary phase will be having different kind of properties. Mobile phase also will be having a factor, different factors. Mainly mobile phase, how much it is soluble or how much it gets, your compound get dissolved. So it all depends upon the polarity of different mobile phases. And other thing is flow rate. So if you run slow, there is a factor. If you run fast, there is a factor. So we'll subsequently come into that. And then consistency of the flow. Suddenly you are increasing, suddenly you are decreasing, that will actually harm your column, as well as separation will be hampered. And factors due to column, as we told, the column dimension is very, very important, and the column temperature is also another important factor. So usually peaks are supposed to be everybody who does chromatography, we using a GC or HPLC, they always like to have a peak like line. Understood? But many cases we don't get, and many cases we get very, very broad peak. In the class, again, it has been told, but I just wanted to brief something which will be supplementing you. So basically, peak broadening happen for 2-3 factors. One among them is dead volume. What is dead volume? The column will be used for separation. Other than the column, there are some portion between injector and column, then the column and the detector. Those spaces are more, means your peak broadening will be there, because your compounds are spending considerable time there. So this is one of the things. And then there are 3 things which actually causes that peak broadening. Molecular diffusion, which in the class also it has been, means next practical also it will be explained. Molecular diffusion means any compound, if you are leaving for some time, naturally it will be diffusing on the top and bottom. So that is what it is, molecular diffusion. And non-equilibrium, you are not allowing sufficient time for that compound to equilibrate between the mobile phase and the stationary phase in that particular layer. So naturally that will be broadening the peak. And there is something called eddy diffusion. I'll just tell that. So this is what is molecular diffusion. You can read that, but it's very simple. If you are leaving this for some time, this will get diffused. So naturally the peak was earlier like this, and then it becomes very broad. And that, as I told, in a non-equilibrium, basically you are not allowing in a particular layer sufficient time. So you have to have non-equilibrium is problem. This problem comes when you are suddenly increasing the flow rate. Aapko ghar jana means you want to go home, and if you increase the flow rate, and then you will see that everything has come out, but then your peaks will not be proper, because that is how we standardize the protocol. If it is a 25 minutes run, it has to be 25 minutes run, because thereby you actually equilibrate it. And eddy diffusion is very interesting. When you are having this column material, you have so many molecules. Number one molecule which is traveling straight this way, so it will be reaching first, and then this molecule which will be little bit going and doing, and third one is turning like this and reaching here, so it will be reaching left. So what actually eddy diffusion happens is, if your column is not properly packed, or it is like the particles are not uniform, in that case you get a peak broadening. And this I usually ask a question: when you have a smaller particle uniformly packed, beautiful size, there actually you get very less eddy diffusion, and your peak broadening becomes very, very less. So conclusion, what I told is that only is written. There is another thing, which the shape of the peak, which is called basically isotherm. Though isotherm meaning is constant temperature, but here it is stationary phase. CR sometimes they write, CM also sometimes write stationary phase by mobile phase. So if you draw a curve, stationary phase versus mobile phase, your ideal line should be straight. Means the ratio of stationary and mobile phase should be always constant. So this is called ideal behavior, but it does not happen always. What happens is, this is called isotherm. So this is called Langer-Moore isotherms. There it is actually inclined more towards the mobile phase. The other one is anti-Langer-Moore isotherms, where your this compounds are more attached towards the stationary phase. Because of that, what happens actually? Because of that, your peak shape actually gets changed. When it is constant, you get a peak of triangle of this shape. When you have a Langer-Moore isotherms, you get a peak fronting. When you have a anti-Langer-Moore isotherm, you get a peak trailing. So this has to be taken care why it is happening so, and you should get a ideal triangular shape peak. Okay. So this is called liquid chromatography, which we are talking about HPLC. So this is in case of liquid chromatography, it is mobile phase is liquid, column or a plane, and very small packing particles means, as I told already, very, very small particles, it is packed inside the column. And the solvents, I am giving just a list of different solvents depending upon their polarity. You can add little bit of more polar, so that your solvent system becomes more polar, or you can add non-polar and it becomes more non-polar. So these are the different UV maxima for different solvent, which you are supposed to know, because many of the detectors are UV-based detectors. Okay, you can use aqueous solutions also, where phosphate buffer, trace, we can use. So typically this is a HPLC system, where the pump, and then it goes to the pump, then it goes to the detector, and then it records, and here it is the waste where it comes out. We don't say it is waste, because we collect as a fraction collector, and we collect them and then we use as a downstream process. Okay, so like in case of HPLC, it can be different types of HPLC: adsorption, ion exchange, size exclusion. You get different kind of a column, and it is much, much, much versatile than a GC or GCMS. Understood? You can have a different kind of a column. You can easily change them and you can use them. And there's an array of detectors are there. UVB's refractive index is a universal detector because most of the compound will be having a refractive index. Based on that, we detect it. But commonly, since it is a bit cheaper and there are many compounds which are UV visible range, so we actually have UVBs also. I'm not going in detail because in the practical class you will be seeing that. And this is a link for HPLC. I wanted to tell a little bit of GLC, otherwise it will not be correct in that. In case of GLC, or it is called gas chromatography, and HPLC is called liquid chromatography. If you ask the typical chemistry people, they don't call it as a GLC, they call GC, gas chromatography. And when you call HPLC, they call LC, right? So in this case, what happens is, there'll be a carrier gas which is inert, and there is an oven. Inside the oven there will be a column, and then there is a detector. Simple way of drawing a GC. And the same thing, why I am telling GC is your practical class will be on GCMS tomorrow, and GC is a major part of that. First part is GC, then only it goes to the MS. So in this gas liquid chromatography, your stationary phase is liquid. Naturally, for the people who are first time, for them it is very difficult to imagine how a liquid will be stationary. Liquid but stationary. So what happens is, usually we coat a liquid which is very, very thick and whose boiling point is extremely high, and then pack with that small particle. That is called packed column. Or otherwise, there is a capillary column where the inner lining of that tube is coated with this liquid, which is actually coated throughout. So that is how actually it goes. Now column is placed inside the oven, and a small amount of sample is injected, and then depending upon the affinity of different compounds, gas will carry them. And some people's some people, some of the compounds affinity will be more towards those liquids what is present in the column, so they will be coming slowly, and it all depends upon temperature. Now the primary difference between a GC and a HPLC, in HPLC our programming is based on the pressure of the pump at different time point, and here it is all temperature. So how much temperature for how much period you allow. So suppose you have 5 compounds, first 3 compound is getting separated at 180, and after that you are not able to separate them, you may have to go for 220. So another 10 minutes you are going. In your practical class also, they have a beautiful temperature program. So you will be seeing that they are doing for some period, certain period of time, they are using a particular temperature, and then again they are using a different temperature. Why so? That's because in a single temperature, they are not able to do that. In case of HPLC, we call isocratic system, gradient system. In this case, we call isothermal system and gradient system. Means like a same temperature, if you're able to do, it's well and good. I do fatty acid composition. There mostly we do at 180 degree. It nicely in the same temperature around myristic acid, palmitic acid, all these fatty acid methyl esters they get up to your stearic, oleic, linoleic, everything gets separated. But it is not always so. Okay, so this is typically the chromatogram source in case of a GC, and like this we have already told, it is sample will be injected, and then column, it will go to the column, then detector, then to the recorder. In practice, what happens is basically high affinity for the, this I have already told, that the compound which is having more affinity, it will be actually retaining for more time. I am not taking much time on this. Length of the column, packing material, type of carrier gas, actually the factors which matters, right? And the flow rate of the carrier gas. I told you in case of HPLC also, the flow rate will definitely tell you whether your peak will be proper or your separation will be proper or not. and as I told, the temperature. So here it is like a gas, then column, and then instead of a detector, when you put a mass spectrometer as a detector, then we call it as a GC and MS. Otherwise, there are TCD, thermal capture detector, which is almost universal. But nowadays, FID is used, where most of the compound can be detected using a FID, and they are the list of compounds, Now HPLC application, GLC applications, all that will be taught in the classes, so I am not going into that. I just wanted to ask you from this, can you just tell me when you will be using LC and when you will be using GC? मेरे पास GC है, or I have a HPLC. Why do I have to go for a HPLC at all? Sorry, I have a HPLC. Why I have to go for a GC at all? This is my last slide, but this is the questions I just wanted to ask you. How do you decide that whether you will be using a LC or a GC, and what actually could you find any basic difference? Anyway, you are just going to inject, and you are going to get the peak, and you are identify which is what compound. So what is the basic difference? Please, I'm just closing this slide, but you can just tell me.
Anybody wants to answer what sir is asking? Very basic question. You feel free.
Yeah, because you are now going to use this at the end. If you don't know why you will be using a GC or GCMS, and why you are going to use a GC or GCMS and a HPLC, and you can even connect with the MS also. Today you are learning HPLC, doesn't mean that you will not be using MS. MS is a part where you are using a detector, where you are identifying a compound, and at the same time, if it is in liquid chromatography, you connect with a mass spectrometer, and you can very well do that.
Sir, one question came in the one answer came in the chat box. It is
yes, please tell me.
Yeah. Based on thermostability. Anirban has written based on thermostability.
Sir, if it is thermolabile, then we can go for GCMS.
Yeah.
That's
so I just wanted to tell you one thing. See, in in GC, in no way you can use that for preparatory, because primarily GC has to be GC anyway you have to use for a volatile compounds, right? So, and there is no way to collect the compound separated in a GC. So if you are planning, there are many compounds which we can use either HPLC or GC. There are any of the things can be used. But then if you have a plan to analyze, you see which is the best. But if it is HPLC, you have a option of collecting the fraction, and then you can use them for a downstream process. But in case of GC, there is no way you can actually collect them. And the other thing is, as you told thermolabile, many of the cases gases are used, like we use nitrogenase activity by acetylene reduction assay. Not only acetylene reduction assay, there are many gas analysis. In fact, all this aromatic rice, what our UBKB is doing, or even for the flavor of mango, they are all by default it is in a gaseous phase, and those things are collected, and you can use them in case of a GC, where you cannot use them in case of HPLC. So this is just I wanted to introduce. You can anytime ask, and I'm actually feeling even tensed when sir is sitting and hearing what I am talking, and he will be more than happy if anybody ask any questions. I just wanted to introduce that. And now, Somnath, you can proceed with your lab.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir.
Very well done, Mandal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, with the permission of Mehta sir, now we are starting our video we have recorded in our laboratory. So basically, the video is a mixture of several shots. In some part, we will be explaining little bit of theory to you, pre-recorded. And in some part, we will be demonstrating different parts of the instrument, how the method is developed, how the sample is processed. So everything in a very overview form, not very in detail, so that it will give you just a nutshell what we do with this instrument. So can you play this? Yeah. So we are starting our video. Is it visible, the video?
Hello everyone, welcome to our national workshop organized by Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Krishi Vishwavidyalaya in collaboration with Society for Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology. Today we will be conducting our first hands-on training on the instrument HPLC, and we are standing here in CIC Lab, Central Instrumentation Center of Uttar Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, and this lab is funded by Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Myself, Dr. Somnath Mondal, Assistant Professor, Uttar Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, and today we are having with us Dr. Preeti Shayak Mondal, Assistant Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Mr. Vishwajit Majumdar, Senior Technical Officer, CIC Lab, Uttar Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, and Dr. Kumaresh Pal, Junior Research Fellow, Department of Biochemistry, Uttar Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Today we will be conducting practicals on our HPLC instrument, and we will be doing practicals on from turmeric extract, Curcuma longa, and estimation of phenolics from turmeric extracts for our practical purpose. Hello friends, so before going into the actual demonstration of the instruments, let us discuss about first the basic principles of chromatography. Chromatography is an important biophysical technique that enables components or mixture of analytes or compounds for their separation, identification and quantification for qualitative and quantitative analysis. The technique was discovered by Russian botanist Mikhail Sweat in the year 1906. He was working on plant pigment chlorophyll, and because he was working with a colored pigment, so he gave the term chromatography, which comes from the word chroma, which means color. Now, like every chromatography, it will consist of two phases mainly. One is stationary phase, which is the solid matrix attached to the column, and another one is a mobile phase, which will be flowing through the stationary phase throughout the purification process. A few physical processes like adsorption, partitioning, affinity or molecular weight will form the basis of separation in chromatography process. Now another term is very important, which is known as partition coefficient or distribution coefficient, which is denoted by the symbol Kd, which is nothing but the ratio of concentrations of a compound in a mixture of two immiscible solvents at equilibrium. Now, to add into it, when a good separation process is achieved, the Kd value will be 1. That means the analyte will be distributed itself equally among the two phases, that is the stationary and the mobile phase. Let us take a very simple example. Let us take this imaginary column, which is having 5 different theoretical plates, and let us say for example we apply 32 microgram of analyte on the top of the column. Now when it goes to the next phase, So because the KD value is 1, so it will be the analyte will be distributed itself equally. So the analyte, when in each case the analyte will be coming down from top of the column to the bottom due to gravitational force. Now when it is coming down, so 32 microgram will be equally distributed among the first two theoretical plates by 16 and 16 because the KD value is 1. Now in the next step what will happen, it will further coming down from the up to the third theoretical plate, and what will happen, this 16 will be divided into 8 and 8, and this 16 will be again divided into 8 and 8. So as a result, on the top column there will be 8 microgram of analyte present. In the middle column, in the middle theoretical plate, there will be 16 microgram, and in the third plate there will be the remaining 8 microgram will be present. In this way, more the length of the column, more will be the number of theoretical plates, more will be the fractionation of the analyte, and more will be the separation or purification of the analyte that will be coming down from the column. Now, the amount of time each analyte spent in a chromatography column, we call it as a retention time. Now, one of the problem of conventional chromatography is because the analyte has to spend sufficient time for reaching from the top to the bottom and coming through and passing through numerous theoretical plates. So during that, what will happen, due to diffusion process, it can again go back or go back or coming down from with the in the next theoretical plate due to diffusion problem. The movement can be upward or the downward of the column. So as a result, there will be peak broadening. That means the separation we are achieving, the separation we are expecting, it will not be that much. So this is a genuine problem in case of conventional chromatography. Now to overcome that, the technique HPLC, high performance liquid chromatography, was developed, and in this technique what is happening, the stationary phase is attached with the stainless steel support, and high pressure is applied with the help of a pump system. So what is the benefit? The benefit is high resolution power can be achieved in this type of chromatography. What is the resolution power? It is the ability to distinguish between two components. Next is detection level can be up to ppm, and of course the separation can be very fast. So these are the advantages of HPLC technique. Now coming to the what are the different components of an HPLC system. So HPLC system is made up of, first of all, because we are generating pressure, so it has to have attached with a pump, HPLC pump, as well as it is having a injector module. Now through the pump and injector module, always a HPLC solvent or mobile phase will be running through the HPLC column. Now what is the speciality of HPLC column? HPLC column is made up of mainly inert material like silica. It is packed and it is having a stainless steel support so that it can withstand high pressure. And one of the advantage of silica is it can be modified or attached with different carbon chain molecule like C18 molecule, so that the polarity of the molecule or the polarity of the column can be changed according to our wish. So what will happen, the sample molecule will be injected in the injector port, and along with the mobile phase it will be passing through the HPLC column. So depending on the interaction of the analyte with the mobile phase and with the column, solvent or analyte molecule will be coming out of the column, and there will be separation will be achieved. And when it is passing through the when it is coming out of the column, it is attached with a detector module. So detector can be anything that will sense that the analyte molecule is passing through, and it will pass a signal to the recorder or the computer system attached to it. So a detector can be of any nature depending again on the analyte and the solvent and the mobile phase we are using. A detector can be of in universal like RI detector, refractive index detector. If the analyte is having UV-Vis property, so we can use UV-Vis absorption property, we can use UV-Vis detector. If the analyte is fluorescence in nature, we can use fluorescence detector, and we can also use photodiode array or PDA detector, etc. And of course, finally, it is attached with a recorder or a computer system which will process the data, and it will also show the purification or the analyte profiling coming out of the column. Now, coming to the next slide. Yes, so before how the separation has been achieved in HPLC. Now before that, just to remind you or revise you that chemical compounds can be classified based on their chemical nature, and generally we classify chemical compounds into two classes like polar and non-polar. And if the compound is having water, depending on the water affinity, again chemical compounds can be classified into hydrophilic or hydrophobic molecules. Now what is the what we can use as a mobile phase? We can use polar solvent like water, or we can use non-polar solvent like methanol or acetonitrile, and we can use mixture of it. And the solvent, depending on the concentration, the degree of polarity of the polarity of the mobile phase can be changed. Now there are two types of HPLC. One is a normal phase HPLC. What is normal phase? Normal phase means the stationary phase is hydrophilic or polar, and the mobile phase is hydrophobic or non-polar. So what will happen when a mixture of analyte will be passing through a normal phase HPLC column? Because the stationary phase is polar, so polar will be attached to the column, but non-polar will not be attached to the column. So any non-polar compound, if it is present in the analyte mixture, it will elute first. What is elution? Elution means the coming out of the column, the process of coming out of the column. So non-polar compound will elute first, and the least non-polar compound will be eluting last. Now, which is exactly opposite when we use reverse phase HPLC. What is a reverse phase HPLC column? The mobile phase is hydrophilic or polar, and the stationary phase is hydrophobic or non-polar. So what will happen? Because the stationary phase is non-polar or hydrophobic, if in the analyte mixture any such kind of compound is present, it will be attached to the column, but the polar compound will be free to move, and as a result, most polar compound will be eluting fast from the HPLC column, and the least polar compound will be eluting last. Now, because nowadays most of the compounds are water soluble or they are soluble in polar solvent, so RP HPLC or reverse phase HPLC is being used maximum in the laboratory for analytical purpose. And in our laboratory also we are having RP reverse phase HPLC column. We will be showing this to you. Now let us discuss about the elution process. Again, elution process can be of two types. One is a isocratic elution. What is a isocratic elution? In the isocratic elution, when we are using mobile phase or the solvent reservoir, only one single concentration of solvent is used, and it will be flowing through the pump as well as through the system. So by the isocratic system, what will happen when the compound will be coming out of the column? It will take a much longer time, because say for example any polar compound is attached with the column, and the solvent we are using is non-polar, so it will take much longer time for the solvent to displace that polar compound from the column. Now to overcome this problem, what we can use, what we can do, or we do generally, we use gradient illusion. Now what is gradient? Here we use not only one but two types of solvent reservoir or mobile phase, and both of them are of different nature. That means if one solvent is of polar nature, another one is of non-polar nature, and the combination of solvent in different degree will be used to displace or to separate the analytes which are attached with the stationary phase. And as a result, because the degree of polarity will be changing with time, so all the analytes which are attached with the column or present in the analyte mixture will be coming out one after one, depending on the nature of their polarity or nature of the attachment with the column material. And as a result, what we will get a clear picture, a clear separation profile. Just you can see this picture, it is having three peak, and this type of picture where a visual output of the entire chromatograph process we achieve, we call it as a chromatogram. Now different peaks in the chromatogram, two different it represents to the different components of the chromatogram. Okay, so let us discuss about the what are the different steps in HPLC running. So what will happen, first of all, what we need to do is to initialize the instrument, and we need to develop a method. What kind of method? The method should be such that when we generate the chromatogram and when we are running only the solvent or the mobile phase, it will generate a stable baseline. So baseline means a straight line will be generated when only mobile phase is running. And after that we need to do standard preparation and linearity development. Next step will be sample preparation, and after that we will run the sample, and when we will be getting the chromatogram, we will do the calculation or the determination of the concentration of the analyte present. And if any fault or we observe any kind of mistake or abnormalities in the system running of the sample, then we has to go for some troubleshooting method for rectifying those mistakes. So in nutshell, this is about principle of chromatography. Now let us go back to the laboratory for the actual demonstration, and maybe after that we may come back to discuss about those steps little bit more. So let us go to the lab and let us do the practical. Thank you.
Here we are going to discuss about the different parts of HPLC system. HPLC system is mainly composed of 4 parts. Part number 1 is pump system, part 2 column system, part 3 detector system, and part 4 is computer system along with printer. Here there are 2 HPLC pump that are used for the flow of the mobile phase. Here we are using 2 solvent for mobile phase. Solvent A is composed of 0.1% trifluoroacetic acid in 5% acetonitrile, and solvent B is composed of 0.1% trifluoroacetic acid in acetonitrile. Here this is injector module, this is pump control module. Pump control module basically controls the flow and pressure of the HPLC pump system, and here in injector module we used to inject our sample. From injector module along with mobile phase, our sample runs through the column system. This is column heater, inside which a HPLC column is installed. Here we are using reverse phase C18 Novapac column. From the column, our analytes along with mobile phase pass to the detectors. Here we have three detectors: RI detector or refractive index detector, which is a universal type of detector. Number two is UV visible detector, which is used for the detection of different kinds of biomolecules along with pigments and secondary plant metabolites and pesticides. And number three is fluorescence detector, which is used for the detection of compounds with fluorescence property. And part number 4 is our computer system, which is used for the analysis of the data and report generation purpose.
So this is the computer system, and we will control the instrument through the software. Now, for running the instrument, we use here the Empower 3 software. Here it is, Empower 3 software. First, we have to open this software as by giving the password. This is. So Empower 3 software consists of these three: configure the system, run sample, and browse project. First, we have to configure the system and click on it. Now we have to open the nodes. Here it is, and node is HPLC PC. Okay, so here we will open these node properties. Now we have to go into the instrument to check whether all the instruments are linked with the system or not. Just we have to scan the instruments for 3 times. Thereafter we have to press OK. Now the system is one system is linked with the system of the HPLC here, HPLC UV. So we have to select that, and we have to go to the node properties again and into the instrument chapter. So we have to scan the instrument to check and establish the connection with the computer 3 times. Okay. Now the system is ready, and we need to go to the project. So here phenolics is the project, as because we are analyzing the phenolic compounds and in the HPLC UV system. So it is okay. Now this page will come. Here we may rearrange the page. Okay. Now the workspace is given by the computer. Here we have to create a method in which we will run the sample. Sample may be run in 2 different ways. One is the gradient system and one is the isocratic system. Normally in the isocratic system, single solvent system is used, and in the gradient system 2 different solvent systems are need to be prepared. Here we are using double 2 types of the solvent system. So gradient mode is selected. Here phenolics IM IM means the instrument method, where we have to select the parameters from these two portions. One is PCM, how PCM will control the pumps, and the optimum flow for the solvent, both of the solvent will be 0.45 ml per minute, and the solvent A and solvent B, that will differ on different point of times. So we have changed from 0 minute up to 25 minutes. So the run time will be 25 minutes of run, and the changing points are in 15.50 minutes and in 17.50 minutes. These 2 points we will change the pump pressure and flow rate actually, and in the detector point, here it is, we have to set the lamp on and the wavelength, in which wavelength the analyte will be eluted in good numbers, that to be set here. Here we have used 280 nanometer of wavelength, and other points are to be remain in as such. Okay. Thereafter, we have to save the method, save as. Okay, we have to save the method, and we have saved this method as phenolics IM. Now the method creation is over, and we have to set the instruments by clicking on the setup. Before that, we need to check that in the method set portion phenolics underscore IM is present, and in the instrument method there also the phenolics IM is present or not. These two should be same, and after that we click on the setup button. Automatically in the remote mode the machine will flow now, and finally we need to monitor the baseline. So here the baseline will come, the flow will start, already it is coming, and we have to check the baseline noise is present or not. When the noise is minimum, then we will inject the sample into the system for analysis. Thank you.
Preparation of mobile phase is a very important process in the HPLC system. Why it is so important? Because presence of any unwanted air or gaseous substance can interfere with the purification process. For that, what we need to do is a process called purging, where with the treatment of helium gas, the elimination of dissolved air can be achieved. After that, the mobile phase can be treated for ultrasonication for complete elimination of the dissolved gaseous substance. And finally, the mobile solvent is passed through a membrane filter which is attached with a vacuum pump for the preparation of clear and homogeneous mobile sample, mobile solvent. Now let us discuss about how the sample is prepared for the HPLC analysis. Sample preparation is very important, and here in this case we will be taking the example of turmeric sample analysis. Now, first of all, the fresh rhizome will be cutted and shade dried, and they will be converted into a fine powder, ground into fine powder, and appropriate amount of powder will be weighed, and it will be extracted with organic solvent. In this case, we use methanol for preparation of complete dissolving of the powder into the solvent. After that, this slurry of thick organic solvent is passed through a filter paper for making a clear solution, and after that any presence of any unwanted solvent is evaporated by the use of rotary evaporator, and through which what we will be getting is a concentrated solution of known extract, which for which we already know the concentration of the compound, and this extract will be passed through finally with a syringe filter with a diameter of 0.22 micron, and after that it is ready for application in the injector loop of the HPLC instrument.
Let's come to the injection of any sample. First, here we have to put the sample name, that is Shillonga here. From function we have to choose inject sample, and then we have to click into this tab, that is preparation tab. Now we will inject the sample. For injecting sample, we are using a 100 microliter micro syringe. Here the sample loop which is used in the injector is a loop of 20 microliter. For a 20 microliter loop, we will have to take 60 microliter of sample, that is the 3 times of the sample loop size. And for injecting any sample or control or anything to HPLC system, we have to keep in mind that the injection must be free from air bubble. Now we will put the injector valve into load position. After putting it in the load position, we will insert the syringe and push the solvent into it, and immediately put the valve into injection position. We have to click on the injection button, and now the injection is started. Now we can see that the sample is running and a chromatogram have started to appear. After injection, we can see that peak have started to come, and that can be monitored in the computer monitor.
Now we are moving to process our data. We have already run so many samples and standards also. Here from the processing and reporting page, we have to come to the channels and select the files which to be processed. Here we will select the standard peak by pressing the control and click, and the sample peak by control and click on the data. Thereafter we have to process it by right clicking. This page will come and we have to click on the process. So here in the processing page, we have to select the specified processing method already we have created, and that is the analytics phenolic mix PM, and we have to check the clear calibration box and click on OK. Thereafter, we have to come on the result section, and we have to update the data. Already the data is saved in this page, and clicking on the data and by right click on the selected data and click on preview publisher, we can see the data here. All the peaks are given by the instruments, and according to the system, how much, in which quantity, all the compounds are present, it is given in the ppm and in the 2 page actually. So this is the data. Now we can take it by printing the page, or we can transfer the data into the by CD writing through the computer. Okay.
Okay friends, we are at the last stage of our hands-on training, where we will be discussing about calculation and quantification of compounds. For that, we will be following external standardization method, by which a pure reference standard material corresponding to the substance to be determined is dissolved in a solvent at a known concentration, and after that a few concentration with known amount like C1, C2, C3 and C4, where we already know the reference standard concentration, will be applied for generation of a calibration curve. And this is the calibration curve here we generated with our compound, and after that the areas of the standard peaks, or the peaks coming from the standard sample, they are produced and plotted versus the mass of the solute injected. So in this in the x-axis it is area of the standard, and the y-axis corresponds to the mass of the solute, and after that our unknown will be injected and area of the peak will be determined by following a interpolation method. Now, before going into the exact calculation or knowing, a few points are useful for checking of quality checking process. First is signal to noise ratio. What is signal to noise ratio? In any chromatogram, this area where the mobile phase is passing through is called the noise, and when a original actual peak is generated, this is called the analyte peak. So this height of the height of analyte to the height of the noise, this is the height of the noise, is called SN ratio or signal to noise ratio. The next important terminology is limit of detection. In short, it is also called LOD. What is limit of detection? It is the lowest amount of analyte that can be detected by that particular method. So LOD can be determined when the SN ratio is more than 3, more than or equal to 3. Another important term is LOQ, which is the limit of quantitation, and the definition is lowest concentration of analyte where identification and quantification can be achieved. And normally we follow the thumb rule, that is LOQ is equivalent to 3.3 multiplied with the LOD value. In this example, where we have shown all the important parameters, like amount will be in the x-axis and in the y-axis will be area, and the intercept is also shown, and this is the range LOD, limit of detection, and after that LOQ will be LOQ should be determined, limit of quantitation, and after that the curve will be generated, and we will be determining the unknown value by plotting in this curve, and we will be getting a standard equation. So here, just for example, we have determined the standard for standard curcuminoid preparation. We have run the sample standard in 3 different concentration: 1 ppm, 5 ppm, and 10 ppm, and the area are plotted in a standard curve. And here, what we do, first of all, this is the name of the compounds for which we have determined the concentration. These are the standard, and this is the RT values. So we should be calculating the RT, or the retention time value, for each compound. After that, with the help of this calibration curve, we will be generating one standard curve equation. Normally the standard curve follows y is equal to mx plus c pattern. So that means y here, it is the area, and x is the concentration of the analyte, and c is the intercept value. So for each standard we need to generate this y standard equation, and after that we will be getting one r square value, or because it is a regression equation, so r square value is important. So for a good curve generation, we will be getting a r square value close to 1. And after that, when we will be getting the when we will be getting the sample value, that area can be plotted in this equation, and we will be getting the amount of analyte actually present in our sample. And we should be also considering if any dilution factor is present, that should be also be counted in the calculation method. And for that, each standard we should be generating both the LOD and LOQ values, and this should be well validated. For further details, you can read our publication, recent publication, where we have discussed about the bioactive compound present and the phenolic present in turmeric sample analyzed from this region. Now, in the HPLC method, there may be few problems or abnormalities coming. So it is important that we should be well aware of those abnormalities, so that we can rectify those problems, and we can tell that which one is whether our separation is a good separation or not. So for that, we should be knowing that the chromatogram, or the peak that will be coming out of the HPLC column, this should be looking symmetric. What does this mean? That means the peak should be able to divide into equally into 2 parts. Here you can see A and B. If it is equal part, the peak can be divided into 2 equal parts, then the peak is an ideal peak. But if the first part, that is the part A, is more than the A value is more than the B value, then in this case we call it is a peak fronting. But and vice versa, if the B value is more than the A value, then we call it as a peak tailing. So here we have identified what are the common problems arises from a HPLC run, and what are though its possible reason, and so that we can rectify those problems, like peak fronting and peak tailing. Sometimes we get baseline noise like that, and most of the times when there is degassed, mobile phase is not well degassed, that means purging is not properly done, then we will get this noise, a lot of noise we will be getting in the mobile phase. And then there can be leaking problem, there can be pressure abnormalities, that also can generate baseline noise problem. Here you can see this is not a good peak, and when the baseline is well stabilized, it should give a linear, very linear peak, very linear curve. And sometimes resolution is also a problem. We are not able to separate between 2 peaks. So we should be checking for solvent purity, leakage, faulty standards, etc. Now, before running for any HPLC instrument, we should be taking care that we need high purity standards, because these standards, if they are not purified, and these are giving 2 or 3 more than 1 peaks, then this can interfere in our results. The solvents we will be using should be HPLC grade solvents, because the purity of the solvent should be very high, and the glasswares should be properly cleaned and calibrated, so that our analysis and we will be getting exactly true values. And clean sample preparation also is a very important factor in any HPLC instrument. So thank you very much, friends. So these are all the factors we want to discuss with you for this HPLC instrument, and we will be love to answering a few queries if you are having. We will welcome that. So thank you very much, and please join our session later.
Okay, so this was our presentation on HPLC. So I think we have already got a few questions. Yeah, I'm waiting for that. Okay, so the first question is from Niharika, I think. Yeah. So Niharika has asked a question that why buffers and organic solvent mixture are used in mobile phase, like borate buffer and so acetonitrile plus methanol. Why not only water and organic solvent? Okay, so very good question, Niharika. Are you there? Niharika, are you there? Okay, so yes, okay, so she has written it. So basically, before running HPLC system, you need to standardize that your analyte or your compound. You need some basic idea. Say for example, what any buffer we choose, that is depending on the pH system, it is soluble. The compound or the analyte which can be soluble, sometimes it is soluble in acidic range. So in that case we take acidic buffer, like as you can choose acetate buffer. If it is more soluble in neutral range, most of the times from our any cellular extract we use phosphate buffer, because the phosphate buffer pH is 6 to 7, pK value is 6.8. So that means it is very close to our body pH, which is 7. In case of borate buffer, when the sample are it is little bit alkaline range, so in that case we choose borate buffer because the pK is much higher. So that is one thing that will differ from compound to compound. And solvent also you need to standardize, because if it is polar soluble, nothing like that. If it is very good soluble in water, nothing like that, we can straight away start with water sample, water extract. But most of the times what happen, the compound or the analyte we are looking for, it is not very well soluble in water. So in that case, we try a purified component like methanol, like acetonitrile, and then sometimes in most of the cases in HPLC, we standardize with mixture of solvents. As we have discussed in the theory part also, that the degree of polarity should be changed. So we start with highly polar solvent like water, and in this side highly non-polar solvent, and then we come up with a in between by mixturing the two components. So these two factors is very important. In our case, we have already standardized this acetonitrile plus methanol mixture in case of turmeric, but it is not that it will work for all the system. Okay, so it should be very well standardized. Okay, now another thing, I think Anirban has asked whether salicylic acid profiling is feasible from leaf sample, which solvent is to be used. Right. So yes, we are doing salicylic acid from rice. In our laboratory, we are estimating salicylic acid not only from turmeric, we are also estimating from rice. And in that case, we are using leaf sample. So your first part of your question, the answer is yes, it is very much feasible. Now, which solvent is to be used, that again, it needs to be standardized, because sometimes what happens, most of the cases, methanol, we start with methanol. In our case, we are getting results, but it needs to be further purified. But also you can try with other solvents or mixture of solvents. Salicylic acid from leaf is a well standardized system. So I think you can, if you search literature, maybe for other places they have already standardized the method. So you can start with that method, and you can a little bit modify that method. Most of the times we start with a paper published method from other people, and then we generate our method by little bit compromising this. So this will be done. Okay, so how to profile phenolics in tissue culture? Okay, so what is the name? Nima from Kasaragod. Nima from Kasaragod, she has asked a question: how to profile phenolics in tissue culture, both callus as well as in culture medium. Now see, I'm not an expert in tissue culture, so I don't know, I don't want to comment on the methods from tissue culture, but yes, once you generate, once you prepare a sample, every sample is having same. That means you need to see the polarity, that is whether the sample is getting soluble in the solvents, and then the method development will remain the same. Okay. So can you specifically explain, is it from plant sample or animals or anything else you are doing? Yes.
So actually we are doing it on palms, and on palms,
okay.
Palms, usually the cultures, they phenols will be extruded into the medium. So I just want to quantify the phenols which are present as well in the cultures, as well as which is extruded into the medium. That is what I needed.
Okay, so I think palm, is it a lot of interfering substances there, or are you getting able to get clear samples? I mean, because palm, I think it is from which part of the plant part? Is it from leaf?
No, we are using inflorescence, immature inflorescence.
Immature inflorescence. Okay, that thing we need to standardize. So what you can do, you can sample preparation, I think, should be very, very clean, because when we go from one sample to other sample, that thing need to be seen, that whether palm is having any other interfering substances in the inflorescence. So if it is clearly soluble in your solvent, then it should be done with the profiling phenolics. There is no problem in that. Okay, so
so solvent, which solvent can be used for this?
You can try with methanol, I think, methanol, then methanol, ethanol sometimes also, and then also is another good option.
Pardon, sir? Methanol, ethanol, and
acetonitrile.
Acetonitrile.
Yes. So it needs standardization. Once you standardize it, sample preparation, that's why I am emphasizing on this part, that whether whoever is planning to do HPLC experiment, instrument part is okay, but sample preparation is very important. So we need to prepare a clean sample. So this will be helpful. Yes.
So one more thing, sir, actually, in the culture medium, it is made up of agar, right? So how to make the sample from this agar medium?
Yeah. I think we are having with us Dr. Kapudeep Kormokar. So he will love to answer your question. Please, Kapudeep.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so agar is actually a very polymeric substances with
Yes.
some charged molecule. Okay, and whatever phenolics are there, that will get embedded in agar. So you have to put a solvent which is having a more charge than that of the agar. Only then you will be able to extract those phenolics from the agar.
Okay, so more charge in the sense?
Either it is based on the charged molecule. Generally, people use some ionic compounds initially to separate out them. Then they dissolve it in methanol or ethanol, and they use. Or one easy way is if the compound is having some coloring, like color. So you can directly put the methanol or ethanol and see how much of the color is diffused from the agar to your liquid part. Then you can directly analyze that liquid in HPLC.
Yeah, because the callus becomes not only the callus as well as the culture media, it becomes brown to dark brown color. Correct. Due to this phenolic interference.
Yeah, so if you just overlay the agar with some amount of this methanol or ethanol, what you will find is that slowly the brown coloration of the agar will get solubilized, and the liquids will start getting the color. So this is based on the miscibility of the compound. So either it is based on the charge or it is based on the hydrophobicity or hydrophilicity.
Oh, okay, so then we can go with the normal procedure.
Purified compound, and you can do a speed vac. You can remove it. You can concentrate it through lyophilization, and you can then use it for other HPLC or GC, whatever you want.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
1 second, Somnath.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the first question was, what was that actually? Salicylic acid profile. Before that, why we are using
buffer and solvent. How we are standardizing buffer and solvent system.
Yeah. Actually, whoever is using HPLC, please try to understand. We are what we are trying to do. We are trying to separate our compound. Understood? So always your focus is on only one compound. The very purpose is to separate that from very related compounds. So naturally, your compound or your protein or your phenolics is soluble in a particular buffer or particular solvent, but it is not in a pure form. So you have a mixture of them. So very purpose of making different permutation combination of the mobile phase lies, and there is nothing called universal standard. Even when especially with the plant product, variety to variety it differs. We go by literature, then again you have to standardize. What my point was, you have to make a solvent where the solubility of the mixture of compounds are different. Do you understand? Who asked the question? I don't know. It is for all. So we are using different solvent. In the buffer, we are using little bit of non-polar solvent. So we are decreasing the polarity, and then we are using little more. So this is a permutation and combination to make the solubility of different compounds what we have in that different, so that if the solubility is different, so naturally they will be separated separately. If you are just dealing with a single compound, like as Dr. Somnath told, you can straight away do with one single solvent, but this is not the case. You are not dealing with a standard. You have a mixture of compound. From there you wanted to do that. That is the reason we make it different, because we wanted to separate so many things from there. That is the question one. The other one, of course, salicylic acid, you can do it. And as you told, that salicylic acid is basically aqueous soluble. So you can extract with a suitable buffer. And then after that, you can do the profiling with that. Now, the tissue culture from Kasaragod. We were working on oil palm tissue culture for almost 15 years, right? And we know the difficulties. Of course, oil palm tissue culture is successful. So for coconut is not. Nima is there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah. So it was from 1999 to 2013, we were closely involved with a network project on palm tissue culture, date palm, oil palm, and coconut. And phenolics is a problem for not only for that, it is a problem for everything. Now my question is, both Dr. Kapudeep as well as Somnath has answered quite a bit, but my question is, you wanted to analyze those phenolic compounds for the just sake of knowing what are the phenolic compounds, or you wanted to get rid of those phenolic compounds? Because the very purpose is getting rid of phenolic compound.
Actually, we are using charcoal in the medium for reducing the phenolic interference. But charcoal, it is having both positive and negative effect, because it absorbs both the nutrients as well as the phenolics. So I was thinking, if we are able to profile the phenolics, and if we find another method rather than charcoal, which is specific for this phenol, then I think we can avoid this phenol.
Now you are right. This is what I wanted to give two suggestions. One is for profiling. There should be good publications. So these are the phenolics, especially when it is coconut. Anything you do is unique. People don't understand, who has not worked on palms, especially coconut. They don't understand what is the difficulty, and this almost whole world still now there is no proper protocol of tissue culture, which is very much required. I'm not coming into that why it is so. So part one is you can use charcoal, but you have to have a compromise of both. You know very well that it will absorb the nutrient also. So when you are using charcoal, you have to use the other nutrients also little more, so that in spite of charcoal absorbing them, you ended up with that you can do very well with the that study has not been done, I'm telling you. Most of the tissue culture most of in tissue culture we use charcoal to reduce the phenolic compounds, but then how much of your auxin, how much of your cytokinin, and how much of the vitamins are getting depleted, those studies has not been done. So you can do that, you can extract, and you can even use HPLC to find out how much it is got reduced, so that what happens is you can actually add that much. Understood?
Yes,
Since you are knowing that it is going to deplete the nutrients, so naturally it has to be there. It is sort of a chemotherapy type. In case of chemotherapy, the dead cell along with that means a cancer cell and many other cells dies. After that they flourish with the nutrient. So similarly you have to have little more. Part one. Second is they have already told you can use a methanol for extraction. You can use agar also. You don't have to go too much of science into what it is. Agar can be basically means, since it is a melted agar, if you do, you can little bit heat it, and then once it got melted, you can extract. Same thing, you can extract your callus also with that. And after extracting it, first you estimate the phenolics. That's very easy methods of phenol estimation is there. You know that yes, phenol has come into that, and then after that you can go for HPLC. The people what mistake they do, which Somnath is keep on emphasizing, HPLC is the last step. Even for finding out the solvent what we are supposed to use, you can use a small TLC. You can just spot it and see whether your phenolics are actually getting separated, and what are the phenolics coming into that, how many spots are coming. So primarily the instruments are quite sensitive. By chance, if you are just loading with some junk, your column will be blocked in such a way that you will be struggling for a month, and then you have to call the companies and all. So that is why it needs little careful thing. It is more sensitive in case of GCMS, because the vacuum little bit this side that side happens, which tomorrow it will come. But for you, as I am telling, one part you can do that. You can very well extract, and phenol extraction many methods will get, they have told also. So you start, and you do it that and Kasaragod, especially that CPCRI is a beautiful institute. So many known people of mine are there. They have HPLC to everything. You can very well do. You are a biotechnologist?
I'm a horticulturist, but I'm now doing in tissue culture of coconut.
Right. Anyway, your Dr. Anita Karuna was also horticulturist, but mostly she worked on.
Madam is my HD as well as the acting director of the institute. Sir.
Yeah, I know that.
So,
right. Somnath, anybody?
Sir, can I have your mail ID, please?
Yeah, you can have, and more than that, I'll give you the person who was keep on doing tissue culture on palms. She is really an expert, and oil palm tissue culture we only have did while when we were in pedagogy. And Anita madam knows. You tell Dr. Mandal was talking. We had a collaborative program. My full name gmail.com. I'll send you.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Any more question? Anyone want to ask anything? Otherwise, 97 participants.
Hope this was useful. And anytime, any question you can, Dr. Somnath, what you can do is you can send your mail ID and my mail ID and Dr. Suprotip's mail ID, Kapu's mail ID, the people they can contact. It's not that all the questions answer we have, but then it is see, you are working, so you are the best. The people who are joining, you are working, so you will be knowing better. We can only guide, we can help, we can search for you. So and I'll be more than happy any point of time you have any doubt you can ask. So you can just share in WhatsApp, Nondita, yours, who are the people involved in that, even Kumares. So any problem they can, not only during the workshop. See, please try to understand such kind of workshops makes a platform to interact and knowing people. So that at any point of time, you know, these people are doing such kind of work. So if you wanted to interact, you can interact, you can send mail, and it is a license, you know. So please, Somnath Sabka, means everybody's mail ID you just share. That will be.
मेल आईडी है और हम लोग उनसे फीडबैक भी लेंगे. हाँ, सबको फीडबैक फॉर्म भरना है, ठीक है?
Any point of time, even after 1 month, if you want to send a mail to specifically even 10 people, if they go back and do the work, that will be the success of that, you know. Everything does not over with this 3 days. It has to continue. You are coming here to learn, so you have to keep using and keep asking.
So, okay, sir. So should we wind up for today? So,
any question? One chat box, something is there.
Oh, okay. Kaushik, when we go. Actually, question.
Yeah, when we can go HPLC purification, then desalting for primer synthesis.
Hello.
Yes, Kaushik.
Hello, sir. Myself, Dr. Kaushik. I am your student also in that time when I am IRI.
Okay.
So in most of the times we are saying that we are in a queue, that whether we have to use desalting procedure or HPLC procedure for any primer synthesis. Is there any such type of application difference between based on the molecular biology purpose? So when we are going for HPLC purification, or when we are going for desalting purification for high level PCR and other high throughput sequencing procedure.
Now coming to that, yes, this is little different from typical biochemistry, but it is interesting because when you design the primer, there also they say at the same time when you order the company, they also say. Now tell me, Kaushik, your desalting charge more or your HPLC purified primers charge more?
Obviously, HPLC charge is higher than desalting.
So that says everything. Basically, HPLC, when you do, this is the further, after doing the desalting, they do through the HPLC and they collect the fractions and they lyophilize and send it to you. So that is the reason. So it is extreme purity, which most of the cases we don't require it. Suppose you are going for a sequencing or sequencing in the sense you are going for a high fidelity primer for knowing the exact sequencing of a gene where two nucleotides change will be a problem. Primer mismatching binding sometimes may cause problem. That point of time you can go for HPLC, but desalted primers, we are all using desalted primer, and that is good enough for using for PCR amplification, especially for the detection purposes. It is more than enough. HPLC purification is, as I told, that it is a mode level, means one more level higher purification. Now the other thing, Kaushik, you may have noticed that this TM value will be changing depending upon the salt concentration.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So there it will also vary. If you use a HPLC purified primer and you use a desalted primer, their TM value also will vary, because they have a, usually when you prime 3 or whatever IDT primer site you use, when you design the primer,
IDT primer we are using.
yeah.
Okay.
So when you use, they have some default parameter. In
Yeah.
that they already set that this much salt concentration, this much this much this. So from there, when they prepare, after that they do a desalting through dialysis, and they have a high throughput method for doing that. It is not done manually, it is automatically they do it, and then they give it to you. If you need further, why again I'm telling why further, because many cases the sequence is very, very important. One nucleotide also mismatch should not be there. Those kind of cases we go for HPLC, otherwise you do not go.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so thank you everyone. Thank you for joining today's session. Again, another reminder through this session that flash presentation submissions we have extended for a day. So the last date is now today 11 p.m. So anybody wish to submit, kindly submit to the given mail ID. Okay. And 11th is, of course, we have the flash presentation session. So we are receiving till tonight. And tomorrow we have very good presentations again. 2 technical sessions. One is morning session, one other again afternoon session. And after that, tomorrow we have a hands-on training like today on GCMS instrument. So hope you have enjoyed today's session and it will be it is useful somewhat. So thank you so much, and be in touch, and we will be seeing you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Somnath. So I'll leave now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.